Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to the coast of Flanders in October 1914, and to the story of a man chosen by a strange destiny to win the First World War, as Robert Buckner tells it in his classic tale, The Man Who Won the War. Gentlemen, I have asked this board to meet by the authority vested in me as chairman of the Naval Committee of the House of Commons. A great wrong has been done, gentlemen, and I have been asked by my colleagues of the House to see if it cannot be righted. An English naval officer was found guilty of treason by this board 10 years ago. I have asked you, gentlemen, to meet and reconsider his case. I ask you to remove the stigma from the name of a man whom I consider to be one of England's greatest heroes. I refer to Commander Edward Bradman.
Now, see here, Mr. Ordway.
Yes, Admiral.
I am compelled to say, Mr. Ordway, that it is a waste of the Admiralty's time and a sorry commentary upon the times in which we live, when the Royal Navy is brought to heel by a parliamentary committee. Bradman had a thoroughly fair court-martial. No single piece of evidence came to light to substantiate his fantastic story. There is no record of his action in the Belgian War Office. There is not a single witness to his weird adventure upon the Flanders beach that night in October 1914. Why, jammy man, the Royal Navy itself tried to find the evidence, but we couldn't. And why couldn't we? Because it does not exist.
I have evidence, gentlemen. New evidence. That is why you have been asked to meet. And as for the Navy's attempts to clear Bradman's name, I would like you to meet a young man and listen a moment to him. Edward, would you kindly tell the gentleman your name?
I'm Edward Bradman III.
How old are you, Edward?
13 years and 6 months.
Who is your father, Edward?
Commander Edward Bradman, sir.
And your grandfather? Who was he?
Admiral Edward Bradman.
And your great-grandfather?
Lieutenant Edward Bradman, sir. He was killed in action aboard the Victory at Trafalgar.
And you, Edward, what do you wish to become?
A midshipman, sir.
I shouldn't be surprised. And have you made application?
Yes, sir. At the Royal Naval College at Dartmouth.
And were you accepted?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, they said there was no place in the Royal Navy for traitors or their sons.
Well, gentlemen,
This is scarcely added proof, and I must censure you, Mr. Ordway, for bringing this lad in here, wrapped in the Union Jack, so to speak, subjecting him to such an ordeal, a disgraceful cheap show.
Admiral, I am not on trial here. The Royal Navy is. You want added proof of Commander Bradman's innocence, you shall have it. Here. Here is a letter from the commander, brought to me 3 days ago by the gentleman sitting here beside me. Commander Bradman is lying ill at Newport across the Channel in Belgium. Seriously ill of a tropical fever he contracted during those years when he fled the disapproval of Navy men throughout the Empire. This may be the last word you will ever hear from Commander Bradman, gentlemen. I charge you, listen carefully. It is dated October 24th, Auberge de Deux Matelots, Newport, Belgium, gentlemen. It is 10 years ago tonight that I first set foot upon this Flemish beach. I have returned here tonight under a sort of compulsion, like a criminal returning to the scene of his crime.
But I am no criminal, and what I did here 10 years ago was no crime. I am tired of saying it and of being disbelieved. I am tired, and I am ill. I shall not make this statement again. I make it this last time at the encouragement of the man who brings it to you, the proprietor of this little inn, and the one man in the world who has ever believed my story. When the war began, I was placed in command of the destroyer Firebreak attached to Admiral Hood's battle force on North Sea Patrol. On the night of October the 28th, 1914, the Firebreak was cruising up the Belgian coast to join the main fleet. We'd taken aboard some extra shells and ammunition at Plymouth, along with several cases of Scotch whiskey, since the fleet was looking forward to extended action. And I'm afraid those cases were uppermost in our mind that night as we sat around the wardroom after dinner.
I say, Commander, what brand of whiskey did ship supplies put aboard?
Oh, I don't know. Johnny Walker, does he?
I don't believe so, sir. Cameron Highlander, I think it said on the boxes.
Oh, come now, Mr. Ainsley. They always supply us with Johnny Walker Black Label.
Johnny Walker, Cameron Highlander, or essence of the Loch Ness Sea Serpent, so long as there's whiskey aboard.
Now, that wouldn't be a hint, would it?
Oh,
Mr. Gideon?
no, sir. But it is nippy on deck tonight.
Do you concur, Mr. Ainsley?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. The wind's got a bite to it. Man could catch himself a nasty cold out there tonight.
Very well, you scoundrels. Hopper.
Aye, sir.
Go down to the storeroom and break out a bottle of that whiskey we took aboard this afternoon.
Aye, sir. Anything new on the fighting in Flanders, Commander?
Well, what there is all bad. General Haig has his hands full in the center. On the right, the French are just barely holding. But the real danger is right up there to our starboard.
How's that, sir?
The left flank, the Belgian sector. Von Kluck's Third Army is pressing hard. If he breaks through the Belgian line, you can write off France.
I don't understand, sir.
Well, if the Belgians don't hold, Von Kluck will cut off the Channel ports, Calais, Boulogne, and Le Havre. There's nothing to stop him until he reaches the Atlantic.
And that would also cut off our supply line to our troops.
Precisely. It's the Clausewitz strategy for the conquest of Western Europe. Paris would be bypassed and caught between giant pincers, to be taken later at the Kaiser's leisure.
Beg your pardon, sir.
Here's Hopper with our weed drop.
Yes, well, you needn't have brought the whole case, Hopper.
I wanted you to see it, sir. I've opened 4 of them, and the contents are all the same.
You see, I was right. It says Cameron Highlander on the box.
Yes, sir. But the contents are not Cameron Islander whiskey. They're Cameron Islander uniforms.
What?
Yes, sir. See here, the kilts, the Glengarrys, the Sporran.
But where's the whiskey?
Well, near as I can make out, there ain't any, sir.
What's that?
But I'd say them boxes contain nearly 200 Scotch Islander uniforms.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that this will be a dry voyage, gentlemen.
How could they have made such a stupid mistake?
Oh, blame it on the war.
Well, I just hope that our shells don't turn out to be coffee canisters.
What should I do with these boxes, sir?
Oh, stow them out of the way until we make port again, Hopper. Meantime, I dare say there are some poor Scotch beggars somewhere in France who'll have to do with their old clothes a little while longer.
Speaking to you, sir.
Prettier, prettier.
Mr. Twiddle, request the captain to come to the bridge.
Oh, acknowledge, will you please, Mr. Gilliam?
Yes, sir. Captain, come to the bridge.
What kind of trouble do you suppose Tweddle's run into? Are you coming along, Ainsley?
Oh, might as well. Can't drink kilts and Glengarries. Freshening up a bit.
Yes, you'll be on our beam ends before morning. Yes, Mr. Tweddle?
I thought you ought to see this, sir.
What?
Look out there on our starboard quarter. A tiny light.
Oh, yes, I see it.
Yeah, take a look through the night glasses.
Yeah. Flashing on and off.
According to my reckoning, we're off the mouth of the Isa River. Now, if you look at this chart, you'll see that there are no lighthouses along this stretch of coast. Yet there's a flashing light where no light ought to be.
Perhaps it's a signal of some sort, sir.
Yes, undoubtedly, but whose?
Germans can't have gotten this far.
How can you be sure, Mr. Ainsley?
Now, wait a minute. That light's flashing a message in Morse code. G-R-O-G. G-R-O-G. Quartermaster.
Aye, sir.
Change course to 110.
Change course to 110. Aye, sir.
What you going to do, sir?
I'm going to take a closer look.
But, sir, this might be a trap.
Yes, it might. But don't you recognize the code word grog, Mr. Tweddle?
No, sir.
You didn't serve in the Royal Navy as a midshipman, did you, Mr. Tweddle?
No, sir. My apprenticeship was in the merchant service.
Well, then, of course, grog wouldn't mean anything to you.
I don't understand, sir.
Well, Mr. Tweddle, G-R-O-G is a midshipman's joke. It means good rum on goose days.
I still don't understand, sir. When is Goose Day?
That's the joke, Mr. Tweddle. Goose day never comes.
Ah.
Yeah, they're juvenile, I admit, but fascinatingly esoteric when you're 14 years old.
But why would anybody be sending a midshipman's code word from the coast of Belgium in the middle of a war?
That, Mr. Ainsley, is what we're going in to find out. Be good enough to tick off a landing party, will you? Number 2 power launch. We'll go ashore in 10 minutes.
What? But, Captain.
You have your orders, Mr. Ainsley.
Yes, sir. You can't be serious, Captain.
I am, Mr. Tweddle.
This might be a trap. We have no way of knowing whether the Germans have advanced beyond this point or not.
Yes, it might be a trap. Or it might be some poor beggar trying to escape the advance. Well, it's well worth looking into. If they were sending a plain SOS, I might be suspicious, but the choice of that half-secret Smarties code word makes me think it's worth looking into.
But suppose it is a trap?
Mr. Tweddle, it would be somewhat the reverse of the classic rules of warfare for a land force, no matter how large, to attempt the capture of a naval vessel on the high seas.
Nevertheless, the enemy's devilishly clever.
Well, don't you worry, Mr. Tweddle. I'm not asking you to go ashore. I'm leading the landing party myself.
Well, it's not a matter of fear, sir.
Naturally.
But one of caution.
Yes, of course. I'll speed ahead.
Half speed ahead,
Fleet
sir.
orders clearly state...
I am quite aware of the contents of the fleet orders, Mr. Tweddle. And they state that elements of the Royal Navy are to give all possible aid and assistance to shore positions.
They also limit such aid to ships of the class of the Mercy in 7.
That is very true, Mr. Tweddle. Then we'll stretch the limits of that portion of the orders a little, shall we?
Furthermore, we're under specific orders to rendezvous with the flagship at dawn.
Then we may be a little late.
Sir, I protest that
Mr.
this is
Tweddle.
not... the-
Apparently things are different in the merchant service. But in His Majesty's fighting ships, an executive officer does not protest to his commander. You will heave to and drop anchor. Now, if I've not returned within an hour, you will proceed to the fleet rendezvous. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
I'd say we're about a half mile down the beach from the light now, sir.
Good. Swing her inshore.
Aye, sir.
That light is getting dimmer and dimmer.
Yes, it's probably only a pocket torch. Battery's burning out. All right, men. Now then, listen to me.
Yes, sir.
When we get to the beach, we'll spread out 10 feet apart and proceed toward that light. Now, you'll keep well down, walk with the utmost quiet. If you encounter a sentry, you try to knock him out before he challenges you. Use your firearms only as a last resort. We are not here to get into a battle, only to investigate that light. Now, if we should be engaged by the enemy, I will fire 3 rapid shots as a signal to return to the boat. Hopper and Spurgeon will remain with the boat. Hopper.
Gotcha.
If we have to retreat in a hurry, you wait until the last possible moment before you shove off.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
All clear, sir. All right. Brace yourself, lads. We're coming into the surf.
Now, men, move. Over the side and hold your rifles high. You may imagine the fearful anxiety with which our little landing party hit the beach that October midnight in 1914. We had no way of knowing whether the coast was in Belgian or German hands. We did not know, indeed, whether we were being drawn into a German trap by the tiny light we had seen flashing out to sea. That tiny, weakening light toward which we were now slowly advancing, spread out across the beach, alert for any danger, watchful for enemy sentries or patrols. And then, not 100 yards from where we landed, we encountered a German sentry. He was asleep. Poor beggar, I suppose he imagined no one would be around the sand dunes in the middle of the night. And he was undoubtedly done in. He was sitting on a log. He'd taken off his boots to bury his aching feet in the cool sand. I'm afraid he wasn't a very fearful example of the German military machine that night. But with no trouble at all, Mr. Ainsley and I crept up on him, had him bound and gagged before he was quite awake.
There we are. I don't think he'll raise too much of a hue and cry now, sir.
No, I should think not. Now, my friends, bleiben Sie ruhig, und Ihnen wird nichts passieren. Take him along, Mr. Ainsley. Margaret.
Sir.
Put on this fellow's spiked helmet. Remain at his post. If a relief sentry appears, you take care of him. But no shooting unless absolutely necessary.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get cracking, men.
Hold up, sir.
What's that?
I thought I heard voices.
All right, men. Halt. They're speaking French.
Then they're allies.
Still, we must make certain. You take two of them, then, and come up on them from the rear.
Yes, sir.
I'll approach from the side. Now, I'll do the talking. If it's a trap, I'll give the signal to fire. After one volley, you break for it and rendezvous at the launch.
Yes, sir. Evan, Stanley, come with me.
Wilkins, Rodman, no.
Aye, sir.
Follow me quietly. Keep your heads down. Allô? Qu'est-ce qu'on fait là? Qu'est-ce qu'on désire?
Attention.
C'est là cette voie. À gauche.
Les Allemands.
Silence.
Qui est là? Vos amis. Anglais.
Grâce à Dieu. Approchez, s'il vous plaît.
What do you say, sir?
Said to approach. Either Belgians or French. Come on, men. Bonsoir, messieurs.
Bonsoir, mon ami.
Est-ce que vous parlez anglais?
Why, yes, I speak English a little.
Well, I dare say your English is better than my French. May I introduce myself? I'm Commander Bradman of His Majesty's ship Firedrake.
Oh, I can't tell you how glad I am to meet you, Commander. And I am Major de Lesseps of the 3rd Belgian Dragoons. This is Lieutenant Chapotin.
Enchanté, Monsieur le Commandant.
And here's one of my company, Lieutenant Ainsley.
Bonsoir, monsieur. And who is this bound and gagged?
Oh, that's an enemy sentry we picked up on the way. You can have him.
Thank you.
We saw your light from the ship. Whatever made you flash the word grog?
Well, I thought a Royal Navy man would respond more quickly to grog than SOS.
Yes, it was an inspiration, but where did you learn it?
Oh, I used to sail in the regattas at Cowes when I was younger. And one of my best friends was Albert Hollister. He was a midshipman in those days.
Oh, Bertie Hollister. Yes, I knew him well. Oh, he's a three-striper now, gunnery officer on the Repulse. Yes. We can go into that another time. What was the reason for your signal, Major?
Simply this, Commander. We're in trouble, serious trouble. We've been pushed back day after day until our men are completely exhausted. Our orders are to make a stand here at the Isère River long enough to give the sappers time to blow the dikes. Once the dikes are broken, the river should stop the enemy.
So how long will it take to blow the dikes?
We must hold the line until sundown, roughly 18 hours.
And you can't do that?
I seriously doubt it, Commander. We've appealed to General Haig for help, but he's completely engaged on our right and can't send us any reinforcements. The French are too far south, and they have their hands full, too. It was my suggestion at tonight's staff meeting to seek help from the sea. It's our last chance.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Stand by us. Bring your guns to bear on the enemy's advance.
But we're only a destroyer, Major. Our firepower is too low to do any good whatsoever. And we haven't the range for offshore bombardment.
Hélas. Then we are finished. And so is the war. There is nothing between Von Kluck and Paris but us.
I'm sorry, Major.
Uh-huh. They are starting the barrage early this morning. I suppose they know this is the last day.
Yes, I suppose. Oh, wait a minute. I've an idea. Mr. Ainsley.
Sir?
The kilts.
The kilts, sir?
Yes, we can put a company of Cameron Highlanders into the Belgian lines.
I'm sorry, sir. I
Major, we can help you. It's a long, long shot, but it might work.
What might work, Commander?
Well, somebody made a botch back in Plymouth and loaded us with 8 cases of Scotch uniforms instead of Scotch whiskey. There are nearly 200 complete uniforms of the first Cameron Highlanders aboard.
Yes, but I don't understand.
We'll give them to you, Major. You put them on a company of your men. Let them show themselves in the front line. When the attack begins this morning, perhaps the Germans will think the British have rushed in a crack division to reinforce you.
Yes, it might work.
Yes. We can let you have a few Lewis guns, too. But they will not be much help unless the uniforms do the trick.
It's, as you say, a long shot, but let's try it.
Very well. Mr. Ainsley?
Sir.
You go back to the ship at once. Fetch those cases of uniforms and 4 cases of Lewis guns with ammunition.
Aye, sir.
I'll remain here with the Major and help him get his men lined up. Oh, and, Ainsley.
Sir.
Should Mr. Tweddle inquire, you might tell him I'll be detained a while longer, winning the war.
Yes, sir.
It was a sight I shall never forget. 200 men solemnly changing their battle-dirty green uniforms for the gay kilts and tartans in the pale light of the setting moon. Everything was done with the utmost dispatch and in utter silence. And it seemed to me that the bright clad put new energy as well as hope into the battle-weary Belgians.
They look like the real thing, don't they?
Yes, they certainly do. You know, I believe this will work.
Oh, I nearly forgot, sir.
What, Ainsley?
Mr. Tweddle asked me to tell you the flagship's been trying to reach you by wireless.
Oh? What did they want?
Mr. Tweddle didn't say, sir.
Well, they'll have to wait until this business is finished.
Mr. Tweddle said he'd replied, sir.
Oh, well, very well, then.
That's the last of him. 1,000 thanks.
Oh, not at all. Scotch kilts are precious little use to a ship full of sailors. But they may do a turn for you this morning.
I feel sure they will.
Well, we must be on our way. Less than an hour until daybreak. Goodbye, Major.
Goodbye, Commander.
You must look me up after the war. You always reach me at the Navy Club in St. James's Square.
Thank you, sir. I'll do that. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Major. A bonne chance, that sort of thing. Huh? Well, Mr. Tweddle, I think we can get underway now.
Finished with your visit ashore, sir?
Scarcely a social call, Mr. Tweddle. I think we may have been of some help to our allies this morning.
Of course, sir. Captain, the flagship's been trying to reach you.
Yes, Mr. Ainsley said something.
I signaled them that you'd gone ashore.
Oh, you did? Well, that must have intrigued them.
Well, I shouldn't say they were pleased. I just received this reply from them.
As senior officer present aboard, you are ordered to take command of Fire Drake and proceed to fleet rendezvous immediately. Well, that's a neat double cross, Mr. Tweddle.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradman, but my responsibility is to the ship on which I serve.
Yes, I can see it is.
However, since you're once more aboard...
Oh, no, Mr. Tweddle. You have your orders from the flag. Follow them. Meddling rule-book sailor. His captious wireless message had made an unnecessary embarrassment for me. But I had no doubts that my explanation of the night's work would fully satisfy the Admiral. So, let Mr. Tweddle have his little moment of triumphant command. I stood out on the starboard bridge wing as we pulled away from the Belgian coast. And through my binoculars, in the grey dawn, I thought I saw the flashing red and yellow of the Cameron Clad as the last day of the first Battle of Flanders began. As I expected, the Admiral made a thorough investigation of the matter, and a few days later I faced him in his quarters aboard the flagship.
Mr. Bradman, your little adventure of a few nights ago involved some very serious breaches of discipline. You disposed of war material without authorization. You left your ship without authorization. You deliberately violated the fleet orders regarding assistance to land forces.
And I managed to stop the German advance dead in its tracks, sir.
Mr. Bradman, we know that the German advance has been stopped, but it was stopped by opening the dikes of the Yssel River, a plan which has been part of the Belgian and French grand strategy for years.
Sir, the dikes would never have been opened if the Belgian lines hadn't held that last day of the battle. And they were held because the Germans' attack was slowed down. And it was slowed down because the Germans thought the Belgians were reinforced by the 1st Cameron Highlanders.
Mr. Bradman, I have given your story the benefit of every doubt. I have even queried the Belgian General Staff to try to substantiate it. I have their reply. They have no record of any unit being outfitted in Highlanders' uniforms.
This wasn't a General Staff matter, sir. It was on a regimental letter.
I may say there is even some doubt on the part of the members of your crew whether or not the men who received the uniforms were Belgians.
What?
Yes, Mr. Tweddle says...
Mr. Tweddle? That meddling fool from the cargo ship?
That is enough, Mr. Bradman. It is the decision of the Fleet Inquiry Board that you be relieved of your command, placed in irons, and be returned to Hull to face court-martial at the earliest possible moment.
The court-martial at Hull sustained the Board of Inquiry's decision, and I spent the rest of the war in prison. Afterwards, naturally, I had to leave England, and wherever I went, Cape Town, Vancouver, Singapore, Melbourne, sooner or later, their story followed me. Sooner or later, some ex-Navy man would turn up who recognized me, and I would have to move on. At last, I have come back to this Belgian beach where it all happened, and here I have found the one man who believes my story. He is the proprietor of this little inn
where I now lie ill and too tired to fight any longer. It is too late now to worry about my reputation. But he has persuaded me to write this letter that my son may not have to bear the undeserved infamy which I have been forced to endure. And he has kindly offered to carry this message to any who may yet be interested in clearing the record of Edward Bradman, Commander, Royal Navy.
That's all very well, Mr. Ordway. But there is not a single statement in that letter that has not been entered as evidence in Bradman's court-martial. There's no new proof. There's nothing here...
Excuse me, Admiral. I wish to present to this board the bearer of Commander Bradman's letter, Mr. Wolfgang Bechtel.
Guten Tag, gentlemen.
You are the proprietor of the Auberge des Deux Matelots, where Commander Bradman is now staying.
Yeah, I am.
But your accent, you're German, aren't you?
Yes.
How is it that you own an inn on the Belgian coast?
After the war, I could no longer bear to live in Germany in the midst of the misery that I had helped to cause. So I, too, like a criminal returning to the scene of his crime, went back to the beach at Nieuwpoort. I have been there ever since.
This is all very interesting, but I don't see what it
Sir,
has
bitte,
to do.
please. I am the proof you have been asking for. I swear that every word of Commander Bradman's statement is truth. Commander Bradman is indeed the man who won the war. I know, because I am the man who lost the war. I was the sentry who fell asleep.
Midshipman Edward Bradman.
Yes, sir.
Advance 3 paces. Midshipman Bradman, as Commandant of the Royal Navy College, it is my honor, by order of His Most Gracious Majesty George V, to ask you to receive this Victoria Cross, awarded posthumously to your late father, Commander Edward Bradman, for gallantry and intrepidity beyond the line of duty, and to try to accept the humble apologies of a belatedly grateful empire.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robson, and has tonight presented The Man Who Won the War by Robert H. Buckner, dramatized for radio by Mr. Robson. Featured in the cast was Ben Wright as Commander Bradman. Also heard were John Daner, Terry Kilburn, Joseph Kearns, Barton Yarborough, Jeff Corey, Ian Wolfe, Paul Frees, Charlie Lung, and John Hoyt. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are
standing on the floor of the sea in the middle of the sunken city of Port Royal, with its fabulous chests of treasure waiting to be hauled to the surface. But your life depends on the ship above you, where the treachery of your partners has left you with no escape.
Next week, Escape will be heard at a new time on Friday evening. Next week, we escape with the story of a diver who discovered an entire city beneath the sea, Port Royal, an exciting tale suggested by Lieutenant Harry Reesberg's book, I Dive for Treasure. Goodbye, then, until a week from Friday, when once again we offer you Escape. Now stay tuned for the adventures of Philip Marlowe, which follow immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for the adventures of Philip Marlowe. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Bulova Maxim, including band, valued at $12.75. Complete, only $29.75. President Truman, General Marshall, and Henry Fonda will tell you about a gallant fight against misfortune 30 minutes from now on a special broadcast entitled Across the Street, Across the Nation. WCBS AM and FM, New York.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Wednesday comes again, and once more the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, welcomes millions of listeners. Summertime is the season of romance and music, with echoes of dreamy tunes in silver moonlight, and our program will appeal to everyone who loves sweet melodies. It tells the story of Victor Herbert. Curious indeed is the coincidence that marks the Cavalcade of America today. The director of our orchestra, Harold Levy, was for many years an associate and close friend of Victor Herbert, and under the famous composer's supervision, he has often conducted orchestras playing the same music that will touch your hearts this evening. Thus, we see that the Cavalcade of America today is inseparably linked with the past, a handing on of ideals, whether it be in music or any other walk of life. In science, too, knowledge and inspiration is passed on from generation to generation, and DuPont chemists carry on the high traditions of American chemical research, as expressed in the DuPont Pledge. Better things for better living through chemistry. Cavalcade of America, the man who can truly be called the master of American operetta. Victor Herbert was born in Dublin, Ireland, February 1st, 1859, the son of an Irish barrister and grandson of Samuel Lover, famous poet, artist, and novelist. Shortly after the boy's birth, his father died, and his mother moved to her father's home at Seven Oaks, a suburb of London, England. Here we find young Victor in his 8th year.
Doing, Victor? Trying to play one of Grandfather's songs. It's pretty, isn't it? As she sat in her low back car. You know, Mother, I'm going to write music someday.
But, Victor, we've planned that you're to be a doctor. Just think, dear, what wonderful things doctors can do.
Well, Grandfather's music is wonderful, too, Mother. Don't all the artists and musicians in London come and applaud when he plays for them?
Aye.
Oh, I'd like that all right. As she sat in her long back car, the man at the time clicked for a note.
It's G natural, Victor. G natural.
Father, you startled me. I didn't see you come in.
Hello, Grandfather.
I've been standing here listening to you and the boy talking about his future. So, you want to be a musician, Victor?
Yes, Grandfather. Just like you. Please sit down now and show me how to play the low back car.
All right. You want to be just like me, eh? Why, I'm just a jack of all trades, lad. I paint a little, write a little, and compose a little. You must concentrate on music to succeed. This song will never be remembered like the works of the great masters.
But everybody here whistles it, Grandfather. You told me that even in America they ask you to sing it.
Aye, America. It is a great country, my boy. And they treated me royally there. Perhaps someday you'll go to America, Victor. Remember, Fanny, what that old gypsy fortune teller prophesied at the boy's birth? That he'd become his country's greatest composer?
And do you mind what fortune tellers and gypsies say?
Sometimes they see things that we can't. If you want to be a real musician, Victor, you must work. You must study. Music is not an easy master.
I would like to really study music, but Victor...
It's a thought, Fanny. The boy comes from a family that loves music. You yourself could have been a great pianist if you'd been willing to practice. When our friend Piatti was playing his cello, I watched the boy. His young head beating time and his little eyes popping out of their sockets.
Oh, she could be a great cellist, like Piatti.
Why not? Wouldn't you be proud if you heard your boy as the soloist of some great symphony orchestra? Perhaps playing one of his own concertos before vast audiences in Paris, Berlin, London, Vienna, even in far-off America.
At the insistence of his famous grandfather, young Victor Herbert received a musical education in Germany. His quick mastery of the cello made him the delight of the great cellist Bernhard Kossmann, whose sole pupil he was for several years. Before he was 25, young Victor had been first cellist and soloist in many of the concert orchestras of Europe, playing under the direction of such master musicians as Brahms, Liszt, Saint-Saëns, and Delibes. At 27, we find him in the orchestra of the Court Opera in Vienna. One of his duties is to accompany the singers when they practice. In her apartment, the young and beautiful prima donna of the opera company, Fräulein Therese Förster, has just finished rehearsing a Wagnerian solo.
Have I practiced long enough to suit you today, Victor?
Yes, Teresa. I think that will be enough.
Nothing but the best satisfies you, does it?
Nothing but the best, Liebchen. That is why I hope someday you will marry me.
Oh, I have told you, Victor, dear, that I would marry you any time you say. I would be proud to tell all of Germany that I am engaged to that handsome young cellist at whom all the ladies make sheep's eyes.
Oh.
But you haven't even let me announce our engagement.
Later, Teresa. As yet, I am only a poor cellist. And you are one of the great singers at the Court Opera.
Poor cellist, indeed. You know you're a great soloist and a fine composer. You've often told me how Max Seifert said you learned as much about composition in 3 months as other pupils took 6 years to master. Oh, you're really a great man, Victor.
Someday, dear. Someday I'll write an opera that will make you proud.
Come in?
Yeah, Frank Damrosch, Fräulein.
I was expecting him. Ask him to come in, Fritz.
Ja, Fräulein.
Herr Damrosch? Is he not from America?
Yes, Victor. From the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. They have asked me to become a member of the company.
You go to America?
They want me to go, Victor. But I think I will stay here, in Vienna.
But, Teresa, you...
Herr Damrosch. Fräulein Förster.
Herr Damrosch, I'm glad to see you. This is Herr Victor Herbert, first cellist of the opera company. He often comes to coach me.
Herr Herbert, I have heard you and admired your playing.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Fräulein Förster, have you decided?
Yes, mein Herr. I have decided.
Good. You go to America.
No, Herr Damrosch. I think not.
But, Fräulein Förster, do you realize what a magnificent opportunity this is? The first German opera season at the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. And the salary, Much more than you would ever receive here. Not many young prima donnas would refuse an offer like this.
You see, I am not thinking of fame and fortune. I am thinking of leaving my fiancé.
But, Teresa, this means much to you. I have heard of this opera season Herr Damrosch speaks of. You would have a chance to work with his father, the great Leopold Damrosch. And you would work with Richard Wagner's friend Anton Seidel.
You are familiar with the plans, I see, Herr Herbert. Can't you persuade Fräulein first?
I would go only on one condition. That you engage my future husband, too.
But who is he, Fräulein? Some singer? Some...
Oh, I thought you knew. I am engaged to be married to Herr Herbert.
Oh, that is different. We shall find a place for Herr Herbert, too. My father would be glad to have such a fine first cellist in his orchestra. I shall make all arrangements. And may I congratulate you both. My felicitations.
Thank you. What are you thinking of, Victor?
America. My grandfather told me so much about it. I wonder if they'll like me there.
So in 1886, Victor Herbert and his bride came to New York, and it was not long before he became an American citizen, for he was sure America would always be his home. He became assistant conductor to Anton Seidel, who encouraged him in his conducting and his composition. But it was in the spring of 1894 that the turning point of his life came. He met William McDonald, head of the famous comic opera company, the Bostonians. Their friendship grew, and one day in New York, McDonald is talking with Herbert.
I don't know how to broach the subject to you, Victor. You know, we've been playing Robin Hood some time now. Can't last forever. We have to have a new operetta for next season, and, well, I think you're just the man to help us.
Oh, but, well, I don't know any comic opera composers to recommend. Jacobin has been so successful for you with Robin Hood. Why not get him to write another?
No, just a moment. I wasn't asking you to recommend a composer, Victor. I was asking you to do the work yourself.
You're asking me to write a score for a comic opera?
Well, I don't think you'd find it beneath your dignity. I think you'd be an ideal choice. You're a master of melody. You're a fine musician. And the Bostonians aren't looking for anything cheap in Tawdry. You've nothing against comic opera, have you?
No. No, I'd like to try my hand at light opera. My mind is full of melodies that wouldn't belong anywhere else. Wait a minute. I can't play the piano very well, but it's something like this. Melody, filled with a thought of love and romance.
Victor Herbert's first operetta, Prince Ananias, was not the success that the Bostonians expected. But from that moment, Herbert was in demand as a composer of comic operas. In quick succession followed The Wizard of the Nile, The Idol's Eye, and The Serenade, which later was one of the Bostonians' greatest successes. While writing these scores, Herbert also became leader of the famous 22nd Regiment Band, a successor to Patrick Gilmore. Possibly his most popular song of this period was in The Fortune Teller, an operetta written for the lovely soprano Alice Nielsen. Herbert's success enabled him to send for his mother, and we find him seated beside her in the theater as Eugene Coles, the basso of the Fortune Teller Company, is singing Slumber On, My Little Gypsy Sweetheart.
Well, Mother, are you sorry you let me take up music, huh?
Oh, Victor, if you only knew how proud I am of you, and how proud your grandfather would be. Listen. Doesn't that song about the little gypsy sweetheart make you think of the old gypsy prophecy when you were born? That someday you'd be the greatest musician of your country.
But America is my country now, Mother.
Well, maybe the old gypsy meant America all the time.
I've often thought about Ireland, Mother, and going back there. And yet, I seem to belong to America. But someday, perhaps, I'll be able to write an Irish opera that Grandfather would approve of. I've two great ambitions. To write an opera for the Metropolitan and an operetta about Ireland.
In 1898, Victor Herbert was appointed conductor of the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. And immediately, there was a protest from one of the prominent musical magazines of New York. Herbert was even accused of plagiarism in his writing. His musical honesty attacked, Herbert sued the magazine and its editor for libel. And with his many musical friends appearing as witnesses, he won the verdict. By this time, he was a fixture in his profession. Such operettas followed as The Singing Girl, The Amir, The Viceroy, Babette, and The Babes in Toyland, remembered always for its famous March of the Toys. Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. It is the year 1905. Victor Herbert has written an operetta for Fritzi Scheff, Mademoiselle Modiste. On the stage at rehearsal are gathered Charles B. Dillingham, the producer, Henry Blossom, the librettist, and Herbert himself. They are discussing one of Miss Scheff's solos.
Charming, of course, Victor, but I don't think it's one of your best. What do you think, Henry?
Well, I think we're making too much fuss about the music of this song, C.B. It's supposed to tell a story, you know.
Yes, I know that. The heroine is explaining what she'd like to do on the stage. First, she'd play a simple, light-hearted girl, then a prima donna, then a romantic part.
You haven't objected to the gavotte in the first part, or the polonaise in the second part, and yet you don't like the waltz.
Is it important enough?
Well, I think we can make it do, C.B. The words I've written are just banal enough to point up the idea. Sweet summer breeze, whispering trees.
That tune came to me so spontaneously, I woke up in the middle of the night and wrote it down. I think the public will like it. Listen to it again.
After all, we aren't the ones who'll make the final decision. It'll be the public.
And the public did decide. Kiss Me Again was Victor Herbert's bestseller. His fame was assured. Other operettas that brought him success were It Happened at Nordland, The Red Mill, The Prima Donna, The Rose of Algeria, Naughty Marietta, and The Enchantress. And then, in February 1911, one of his great ambitions was to be fulfilled. The scene is the Philadelphia Opera House, and we find Victor Herbert with Andreas Dippel, director of the Chicago Opera Company, and Joseph Redding, author.
Well, Victor, Natoma is going on at last.
Yeah, it's been a long pull, Joe. Hammerstein wouldn't have our opera for his Manhattan Opera House. The Metropolitan turned it down. If it hadn't been for our good friend Dipple here, we'd still be looking for a producer.
Well, maybe so many refusals will bring you luck. We've been fortunate so far. We have Mary Garden and John McCormick for the principal roles.
And Joe's libretto is colorful and dramatic.
No, my book's the only thing I'm afraid of. But then Victor has the reputation of making his music succeed in spite of a bad book. It's the music that counts in grand opera.
Well, when you gentlemen finish complimenting each other, may I say that as the producer, I predict a first-night triumph for us all. And now, if Miss Garden doesn't mind, we'll do the dagger dance once more for good measure. I'll tell Mr. Campanini. Excuse me.
How do you feel, Victor, having someone else conduct your first grand opera?
I think it's just as well. I'm afraid conducting one's own grand opera would be a trifle nerve-wracking, huh? There's no better conductor than Campanini. If he'll just watch that cello player.
Natoma was a success at its opening, and Dipple soon brought it to the Metropolitan Opera House in New York, thus fulfilling one of Herbert's greatest ambitions. After Natoma came more musical comedies. The Lady of the Slipper, The Madcap Duchess, Sweethearts, Angel Face, Princess Pat, and The Only Girl. It is February 1st, 1917. Herbert is in his New York home, talking with Mrs. Herbert, when outside in the street, they hear the sound of music.
Listen, Victor. That is no ordinary street band.
That isn't a band at all. It's an orchestra. I hear the strings. Yeah. It's a good orchestra, too.
Yeah. And they're playing your opera, The Only Girl.
Open the window, dear. We'll be able to hear it better.
Yes, my dear. Victor, come, look.
Yes? What is it?
Your whole orchestra.
Why, so it is. What are they doing here?
I know. It's your birthday, and they've come to serenade you, like your orchestra in Pittsburgh used to. See, now they see.
Yeah.
for Victor
Come in, boys. Don't stand out there in the cold. Come in. Someone open the door for them. Get some refreshment. Someone will open the door for you in a minute, boys. That's what I call a wonderful surprise.
It means they love you, Victor.
Good boys, all of them. I'm pretty severe with them, but they know I'm fond of them.
I hope they can all get inside.
We'll get them all in. Just see that they have plenty of refreshments.
I will. Just listen to that chatter.
Nobody of men in the whole world can talk as much or as loud as an orchestra. I'll go downstairs and join them.
Here he is. Happy birthday to the maestro. Happy return of the day.
Gentlemen, you know, I write music better than I speak. This is a beautiful thought of yours. I am 58 today. Yes. That's what the calendar says.
Don't believe it.
And in all my life, I've never had a more touching tribute. And I want to tell you, boys, I appreciate it. I am an American, and I hope a good one. But I think there's enough Irish left in me not to be ashamed of the tears I can't keep out of my eyes. Mrs. Herbert is scaring up some refreshments for you all. You know, you should have tipped her off. You were planning a surprise like this. And while she's getting them, I want to ask you if you won't play something for me.
Of course we will. What will it be?
I leave it to you, but something popular. Personally, I feel that anything that isn't popular isn't of great benefit to the world.
You've proved that, Mr. Herbert, by your tune.
Hey, boys, how about playing something from Mr. Herbert's new opera, Eileen?
Yes, that's a good idea. Oh, will you lead us, Mr. Herbert?
Better still, boys. I will play with you.
Would you like my cello, Mr. Herbert?
No. Keep yours, my boy. I'll use my own. You keep with me now.
Yes, sure.
All right, we will.
Are you all ready now? All right, let's go.
Refreshments will be ready in a few minutes.
All right, Liebchen. We'll be busy with the music for a time. Oh, just think. Another of my ambitions realized. I've written an Irish opera, and my friends come to praise it. Just as Grandfather Lover's friends came to praise his song. I hope the dear old man can look down from above and feel the good start he gave me wasn't in vain.
Has been said, he never wrote a vulgar note. During his later years, with the coming of jazz, he feared that his popularity would fade. But he adapted himself to the new style, and his suite of three serenades is one of the finest compositions of modern harmonies. Today, Victor Herbert's music is among the best loved of any that is heard on the radio. And his place as a master of melody is secure in the cavalcade of America. DuPont hopes that you have enjoyed the story and the music of Victor Herbert as much as we have enjoyed presenting them. The other day, a listener wrote to DuPont and said, I used to think that chemistry had to do only with manufacturing, but after hearing your radio program, I now understand how it has helped me in my own home. Well, here's another example. The story of some remarkable new products of chemical research that probably will revolutionize laundering, dishwashing, and similar household work. They are cleaning agents of a soap-like character called detergents. Soap is a detergent. But these new products are often referred to as soapless soap. They produce a beautiful lather, but they do not contain any of the fats used in ordinary soap. Their chemical composition is entirely different. In hard water, ordinary soap makes a sort of scum. That's what causes the ring around the bathtub, which, as nearly everyone knows, is no fun to scrub off. But these new soapless soaps work in the hardest water, even in seawater. Anyone who has ever had to wash dishes knows that glasses ordinarily are washed first. In spite of that precaution, however, the glasses, when they come out of the water, are usually covered with a dingy film that has to be rubbed off with a dish towel. This film is mostly lime and comes from the hard water. But when these new detergents are used for dishwashing, this dull film is removed completely. Glasses may even be washed last and still come out sparkling. They don't need a bit of polishing when washed in the new soapless soap. These detergents are also important to many industries, such as textile mills, leather goods factories, paper mills, and metal plants, wherever cleaning has to be done in preparing products for the market. DuPont supplies them only to industries, but another manufacturer is packaging these new detergents in household form. One called Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, is recommended particularly for cleansing silks, woolens, and fine fabrics because it cleanses thoroughly, yet is mild and harmless to all washable colors. Another, called Drene, D-R-E-N-E, is in liquid form and is made especially to give billowy suds as a shampoo. This product will appeal to women who have had to cope with sticky, hard water in washing their hair. Drene solves that problem completely, leaves the hair soft and with a beautiful luster. These new detergents, which have only recently been placed on the market, are one more illustration of the DuPont phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Beginning next week at this same time, DuPont will present the first of a special summer series, The Cavalcade of America in Music. These programs will trace the origin and development of orchestral and band music in America. They will contain short dramatic episodes and examples of popular concert music. For the first group of these summer programs, DuPont is pleased to announce America's foremost bandmaster, Arthur Pryor, and his band. Remember the time, 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, next Wednesday evening. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Good evening, Creep. Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse presents Inner Sanctum.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. As after midnight, he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff in his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts the shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. Believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Now, dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from this city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed. I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly, went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlight. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlight phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long. Oh,
my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Hurt in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down. Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Yes. Your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to this trouble.
It's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no doctor.
But it's all
Put
right.
down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private one.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to the side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call. This arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see. We'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, I'm hurt, please. Well, this is 864.
Please. After your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello, Linda. That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, and bring Fred and Doc Stetson along. No. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Well, you drive up Highway 26 through Accord and turn right when you pass the first gas station. Just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got
Shut
to
up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
Pretty big.
It's a sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave? Police calls?
Yes?
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. Now there, I've opened the door. Now get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you? Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
Junctions on Highway 26. All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the Gentleman Killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction
Turn it
of the
off.
port.
Now you know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. It will make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen, then you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told you.
Oh, you know, you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car, he can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, you know, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end out in a sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Well, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh. I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you leave it to them.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh.
You shouldn't have tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going.
Yes.
Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
Oh. All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. That's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda? What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblock. Well, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop? Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child, oh, no. No, you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
That's some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I've found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figured, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other worse things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss. Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or you're going to make me open all the doors to find out?
That one.
All right, let's go in. So you first, Mrs. Canning.
I warn you, if you hurt
You
Judy...
first, Mrs. Canning.
Please don't wake her.
Ah, very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. And innocent. You know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. Let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now, give me the key. Thank you. Now, we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now, we'll lock this door on the outside. There you are. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Huh?
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
Norm. Everything just the way I want it. The mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle.
What do you mean?
What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked Judy wouldn't have much of a chance, would she?
Oh,
Still think Arnie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning?
no.
You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight 'em off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning.
Yes.
So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry. Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head.
Mrs. Canning.
Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh, well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. That's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin, just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer.
Good morning, Mrs. Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
That's 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Yes, you can put them on the table there.
All right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello.
Do you have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey, is that...
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay, you win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Kevin.
State Police? How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You looked like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
Which all goes to prove that a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it, all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. No, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Creep, so good night. Sleep tight.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Nita, what is it? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. All of a sudden, I got a terrible feeling. A horrible feeling of foreboding. I'm frightened, Tom.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of Malice. Dr. Jacob Benton is the wealthiest citizen in a certain upstate county, as well as its most prominent physician and surgeon. Jacob Benton is a proud individual, proud of the fact that he comes from a long line of highly successful surgeons. And his greatest ambition is that his son, Tom, will follow in his footsteps and carry on the family tradition. Jacob has also a nephew, Harvey, son of Jacob's scapegoat brother, who married a girl from the wrong side of the town and finally disappeared, leaving Jacob to take care of his young son. After finishing high school, Tom and Harvey entered medical school. Harvey followed through and is to graduate next week. But Jacob's son, Tom, at the end of his third year, wandered over to the East Bottoms at the lower end of town and met a girl, lost interest in medicine, and refused to go back to school.
Tom.
Yes, Father?
Come into the library.
What do you want?
Where have you been? It's 2 a.m.
Why, I've been to a party.
Where?
A house party.
On the other side of town?
Yes. In the East Bottoms.
You've seen that girl, that Nita, again, haven't you?
Yes. What of it?
What of it? You're a disgrace to the name of Benton. I've told you time and again that you don't belong over there.
I like Nita because she's honest and genuine. She's not filled with a lot of silly ideas like Eloise.
Eloise is a fine girl. She belongs to an excellent family.
Oh, bosh. Eloise is a phony. Nita's a real fellow.
If you become serious about this girl, you'll be ostracized.
I know all about poor Uncle George. He went over to the East Bottoms and met a girl and went to the dogs. But it wasn't the girl. He was no good in the first place.
He was a stubborn fool, just like you.
I resent being told who and when and where.
Are you in love with this girl?
Yes.
I'm terribly disappointed in you, Tom. I'd prayed that you'd become a surgeon.
I don't like medicine.
You were wrapped up in your studies until you met this girl.
That's what you think.
I'm ashamed of you. Your cousin Harvey came from the lower end of town. I made him see the light. And then think of it. You about face and walk right into it. You quit school and he graduates next week.
All right, his name's Benton, too. Let him carry on. He likes medicine. It bores me.
This girl has made a fool of you. Oh, I could kill her.
I think I'd better go to bed. Good night.
Good night. Young idiot. He's going to finish school if I have to...
What's all the racket about down here?
Oh, come in, Harvey.
I heard voices.
Yes, it was Tom. He's been to a party across town. Been out with that cheap girl again, that Nita.
Are you sure?
He admitted it. Says he's in love with her. Tossing his career to the winds over a woman like that.
How long has he been seeing her?
Several months, I suppose. That's why he wouldn't go back to school. All she's after is his money. How he ever met up with her, I'll never know.
I'm afraid I'm the cause of that, Uncle Jacob.
You? What do you mean?
Well, when I was home last summer, I went over there one evening, several evenings, in fact. Tom insisted on going along. I wanted to see some of the kids. I went to school with Nita, and, well, I introduced them.
Well, of all things, you were born over there, and if you insisted on going back, it was your own business. But Tom is my son. You knew how I felt about it. You had no right to take him over there.
I realize that now.
Well, something's got to be done about it, at once.
Yes, but what?
I'll put an end to it. Believe me, I'll find a way, and I'll stop at nothing.
For the remainder of the night, Jacob sits in the library studying the problem of what to do about Tom. And upstairs, young Harvey paces to and fro, pondering over the same question. The next morning, Harvey goes to the lower end of town to visit Nita.
Hello, Nita.
Harvey. Why, I didn't know you were back in town.
You didn't? I came home last night. I'm going back in a few days for graduation exercises. Have you missed me, Nita?
Why, yes.
Why haven't you written me in the last month or so?
Well, I've been busy.
Been across town lately?
No, why should I?
Mm-hmm. You know, it's a strange thing about this section called the East Bottoms. It means more than just a place. It's a huge barrier, an insurmountable obstacle. I was born over here, same as you. But I got an idea that I could cross over, and in time I'd be accepted as one of them. But I finally realized that I would never be accepted. I'd only be tolerated. I'd never be able to practice medicine over there.
I think that's all imagination.
I told you I had definitely decided to come back here and settle down. That's why I asked you to marry me.
I'm not satisfied here.
Since when?
I've never been satisfied here.
You belong here, Nita. You'll never be able to cross over. You'd be miserable. I know.
Maybe.
And Tom would never last over here. He'd wash up, just as my father did.
What are you talking about?
I know what's happened. You're throwing me over for Tom.
What?
You're after Tom because you think he'll take you out of this. Set you up on the other side. Well, he won't. You'll have to come over here, and he won't have a dime. You're not really in love with Tom.
I am in love with him, and he loves
me.
me.
It won't last a month.
I'll make it last.
Oh, don't be a fool, Nita. Tom's father thinks you're a good-for-nothing, and he'll never change.
I don't care. I love Tom.
And when it came to a showdown, Tom would walk out on you.
I'm going to marry him. I've made up my mind.
Then there's nothing more I can say. Goodbye, Nita.
Goodbye.
That evening, Dr. Jacob comes to a decision, and he too crosses town and makes his way to Nita's apartment.
Well, what do you want to talk about, Dr. Benton?
About my son, Tom.
I see.
How long have you known him?
Oh, since last summer.
Have you seen him often?
Yes, several times a week for the last 2 months.
You think you're in love with him?
I don't think. I know I am.
I don't think he's in love with you. He's merely infatuated. You're interested in his position, his money.
You can think whatever you like.
I'm familiar with your type.
My type? What's the matter with me?
Are you aware of what you're doing to my son?
I've done nothing at all.
You've caused him to drop his career. Tom has a tradition to fulfill. He comes from a fine family. And I won't have him throw it all to the wind because of a silly infatuation.
It isn't an infatuation.
He must marry someone in his own class. Someone who'll inspire him to carry on his career.
I didn't talk him out of his career. He says he doesn't like medicine.
The right girl wouldn't allow him to stray. She would encourage him to follow through.
The right girl. Family. Tradition. It's all a lot of bosh. Everybody in this town has made up his mind that the East Bottoms mean the difference between somebody and nobody. Well, I haven't. I'm made of the same stuff as you or Tom or anybody else over there. I've a right to a decent existence.
If it's money you want, I'll give you money to let him alone. I'll give you a lot more than you'll ever get from Tom if you marry him.
Money? You'd pay me to give him up?
Yes. Here. Here's a check for $5,000.
$5,000? Is that all your son is worth to you? $5,000? If he were my son, and I thought I could buy his future, I'd give every cent I had.
What? You mean you want more than that?
Dr. Benton, you don't possess enough money to buy me off. I don't want money.
Well, what goes on here?
Hello, Tom. You came just in time.
What are you doing here, Father?
What do you suppose?
What's he been saying, Nita?
He just gave me this check for $5,000.
For what?
To let you alone, so you can continue your career.
What?
He thinks I'm wrecking your life.
He is.
That settles it. We'll get married tonight.
You won't get married tonight, not in this state.
We'll fly over to the island. That's in another state. They don't have the 3-day law. Get your things, Nita.
If you marry this girl, I'll never give you another cent.
I'll get along. Come on, Nita.
Tom, I'll stop at nothing to break this up. I promise you will regret this moment so long as you live.
Let's go, Nita.
So Tom and Nita rush out of the house and drive to the airport just outside of town. A storm has come up. The highway glistens in the beam of the headlights.
This rain is certainly like a cloudburst.
Maybe we shouldn't fly over tonight, Tom.
Why not?
I don't like to fly in a storm. How can you tell where to land?
Don't worry about that. I'm familiar with the field.
Who's on the island at this time of year?
Well, not many people. We've had this summer place there as long as I can remember. There's an old fellow and his wife who look after most of the places. He's also a justice of the peace. He can marry us. We'll spend the night at our place, and then we'll go someplace else tomorrow.
Tom, are you sure you want to go through with this?
Certainly. Why do you ask?
Your father meant what he said. Is it worth it? To give up everything?
You're worth a dozen family fortunes.
But now that I think about it, well, he sort of frightened me.
He didn't frighten me.
Oh, the way he said it made chills run up my spine.
Said what?
You'll regret this moment so long as you live.
Oh, he was just bluffing.
But somehow I don't think he was.
He can cut me off, but we'll get along.
Tom, why don't you finish your studies?
I told you, darling. I don't like medicine, and I never will. Why should I do something I dislike just because my father and my great-great-grandfathers liked it?
Well, what do you want to do?
Oh, I don't know. But I'll find something.
Tom?
Yes? What is it? Nita. What is it? What's wrong with you?
Oh, I don't know. All of a sudden, I got a terrible feeling. A feeling of foreboding.
Snap out of it, Nita. This isn't like you.
I know, but I can't help it. I'm frightened.
Of what?
I don't know, but I am. Oh, Tom, let's turn back. Let's wait, please.
Oh, no, you can't back out now. We're going through with this.
But he meant it. Your father meant what he said. I know he did. Please turn back.
I wouldn't turn back for all the money in the world.
Oh, Tom, I can't see a thing. No lights, nothing.
Now, don't worry. I don't need lights to land.
He should have come in a boat.
No, it's too choppy for a boat. This is the only way in weather like this.
Tom, there, I see a light. Just went on.
Yeah? Old Jenkins probably heard us.
The light is swinging.
Yeah, that's it. That's the field. It's a tiny one, but I can make it.
There's a light.
Yeah. We're all right now. Hang on. I'm going to set her down.
Tom, look out those trees! Pull up! Are they dead, Pa?
I don't know yet. Good thing it didn't catch fire.
Oh, who are they?
Don't know. Hold the lantern down here.
It's a woman.
Don't recognize her. Hey, this is young Tom Benton.
Oh, the girl is hurt bad. Look at her legs. They must be broken.
Yeah.
Come along. We'll get him over to the house. Phone Doc Benton. Hello? Hello? This Dr. Benton's home? This is Jenkins over on the island. Is Dr. Benton there? Oh, is that you, Harvey? Well, you better find Doc and get him over here right away. It's young Tom. He tried to land his plane and hit some trees. I don't think Tom is hurt so bad, but the girl has smashed up something terrible. I don't know who she is. Yeah. Goodbye. Well, it didn't take you long to get here, Harvey. We've got him over at our place.
How in the world did Tom hit those trees? I had no trouble seeing the field.
The lights weren't on when Tom came in. Didn't even hear his motor until it was too late. He should have phoned me. He was coming. Hey, where's Doc Benton?
He was out on the case. He left his patient's house, so I left a message telling him I was going ahead and to come as quickly as possible. I brought some medical supplies.
Here we are. Tom's over there on the couch. They put the girl in the bedroom.
Few cuts on him. Don't think he has any broken bones. Oh, nasty bump on the head. Maybe a slight concussion. Well, I better have a look at the girl.
Looks to me like both her legs are broken.
Nita. Poor kid.
You know who she is?
Yes, I know who she is.
Was I right about her legs?
Yes. Both rather badly smashed up.
Where were they going on a night like this?
I imagine they came over here to get you to marry them.
Marry him? Well, I'll be darned. Wonder why he didn't phone me first.
They were in too much of a hurry, I suppose.
Too bad.
She's in a very critical condition. Extreme shock. Better get some hot water and plenty of blankets.
Yeah, right away.
Get the house as warm as possible and put more blankets on Tom.
I'll be right back. Martha?
Yes? How is she?
Harvey says she's in bad shape. Gather up all the bedclothes and coats you can. Got to cover 'em up good. Put on plenty of water to heat. I'll build up the fire.
Outside, the storm rages on. Harvey sits quietly beside Nita's bed, staring at her in a daze. Her breathing becomes shallow, irregular. A quarter of an hour passes. Then a plane motor is heard overhead. The ship sets down, and Dr. Jacob hurries to the house.
Tom's over there, Doc.
Tom.
He's been unconscious ever since we brought him in.
Can't find any fractures.
He's got an awful wallop on his head.
Yes. I see. No apparent concussion. He'll be all right in a short while. Get some pillows. Raise his feet. I want his head lower.
I'll get them.
You certainly got it hot in here.
Yeah. Harvey had us do that because of the girl. She's pretty bad.
Girl? Where is the girl?
Oh, in the bedroom there. Harvey's in there.
I'll have a look at her. Harvey.
Oh. Hello, Uncle.
What's the matter with you?
I just...
Are you crying?
No, I'm just... This is a miserable mess.
Fine example of a doctor you are. You have to learn to be completely impersonal about these things.
Oh, I know.
What do you say is wrong with her?
Both legs are broken. She's suffering from extreme shock.
Uh-huh. Better take your bag, go out there and give Tom a shot of adrenaline. I'll attend to the girl.
Yes, sir.
Harvey gives Tom the adrenaline and proceeds to attend to the cuts and bruises. Then he moves to the fireplace and sits staring into the blaze. The storm rages on, and the minutes drag slowly along. 10, 20, 30. Then Dr. Jacob steps out of the bedroom.
Harvey,
Yes, sir?
has Tom come out of it yet?
Not yet. But he shows improvement. He'll be all right in a little while.
I see. Jenkins.
Yes, Doc?
Get us something to make a pallet. We'll carry him down to the plane, take him over to the hospital.
Sure, right away. I'll get 4 poles and some rope. I'll have 2 made in a jiffy.
Never mind 2, just 1. The girl is dead.
Then on the following day, Tom has fully recovered. Gradually, the events of the preceding hours begin to pass before him. The argument, the island, the plane, Nita screaming, and then the crash. And then Nita. Where is Nita? Tom sends for his father. But Jacob is already standing in the shadows of the room.
How do you feel, Tom?
Nita. Is Nita all right?
Now, take it easy, Tom. Don't get excited.
Where is Nita?
Forget about Nita for the moment. You've been pretty badly banged up. A little more, and you'd have had a real concussion.
What about Nita?
If you insisted on flying to the island, why didn't you phone Jenkins to turn on the light?
He heard my motor. We were in a hurry. Besides, I saw the lights.
Jenkins said he didn't turn them on at all. Didn't hear you till just before you crashed.
That's ridiculous. Where have you got Nita?
Nita is at the undertaker's.
She... What?
She's dead.
Good Lord. Was she... Did it happen in the crash?
No, she died about half an hour after I got there.
Were you on the island?
Yes, Jenkins found you and called the house. I was out on a case and got to the island too late to save her.
What was the cause?
Her legs were broken. She died from extreme shock.
Was there nothing you could do?
Nothing.
Did you try?
I resent that inference. You should know better than that.
I'd rather have had anybody in the world there than you.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Yes, I do. You hated her. You didn't give her half a chance.
Will you shut up and stop yelling?
What did you give her?
I gave her adrenaline.
It was probably water.
I've heard enough out of you. When you come to your senses, I'll consider talking to you. Good day.
Now Tom, his mind filled with suspicion, his heart burning with hatred, throws on his clothes, dashes out of the hospital, and goes to the island. He reviews the whole situation with Jenkins. Each incident from the time he first heard the plane motor to the moment they took him to the hospital. Tom returns to town, arranges for an autopsy, and is now talking to the autopsy surgeon.
Well, Dr. Groberg, how about it? What's your report?
Well, both legs were fractured, but there was no compound fracture. There were several minor lacerations about the body and a head contusion.
Nothing there that would have caused death?
No, nothing.
What else did you find? Any evidence of poison?
No, none.
She was suffering from shock?
Oh, naturally, but not extreme shock.
Then she didn't die from shock?
Death from shock would have been prevented by the adrenaline administered.
Then you found adrenaline present?
Yes. That is what I can't understand.
What do you mean?
Well, one of the most difficult things to diagnose is the difference between extreme shock and internal hemorrhage.
There was internal hemorrhage?
Certainly. And this one was one of the easiest to diagnose I've ever seen. As you well know, adrenaline in internal hemorrhage is absolutely contraindicated.
In other words, you think our death was caused by the administration of adrenaline?
I do, definitely. But those things happen sometimes, regardless of how hard we try.
Yes. Well, thanks, Doctor. I'll see you later. Hello, Father.
Well, have you finally come to your senses?
Yes. Yes, I have. I'd like to have a little talk with you.
Very well. What about?
I've been doing a little investigating.
Investigating? Now, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Nita.
Are you going to start on that again?
I am. And I'm going to follow it to a conclusion.
I don't want to have anything more to do with it.
But I do.
I've had a hard day, and I don't care to listen to any more of your idiotic babblings.
How would you like to have the grand old name of Benton? The untarnished reputation of your long line of surgeons blasted to 1,000 pieces.
What are you talking about?
How would you like to have it known that you, the eminent Dr. Benton, the trusted, the revered Dr. Jacob Benton, deliberately and with malice aforethought caused the death of a girl? How would you like that?
You're insane, positively mad.
Oh, no, I'm not. I've gone back over the whole thing. I know you hated Nita. You said I'd regret the day so long as I lived. You threatened to do something, and you did. At your first opportunity.
You are crazy.
You did everything to separate us. You tried to buy her off. When that didn't work, you killed her.
Get out of here. Leave this house.
You didn't just let her die. You killed her, murdered her.
Get out.
I know what I'm talking about. I had an autopsy performed.
You what?
An autopsy.
Go on.
She didn't die of shock.
What then?
She died of a very obvious internal hemorrhage, aggravated by adrenaline, which is contraindicated. You're a specialist in that line. You couldn't have made that mistake in 1,000 years.
But I was positive it was shock.
You knew what it was.
No, I must have been wrought up. I could have made that one wrong diagnosis that happens once in 1,000 times.
Oh, no, I saw the body. I could tell. With as little medical experience as I've had.
Tom, you mustn't say anything further about this.
Why not?
It would ruin my reputation.
Oh, now you're worried about your reputation. What's that compared to the girl I love?
Oh, but Tom, listen to me, please.
Good night.
Wait a minute. Wait, Tom.
Well, what do you want, Harvey?
I heard you. I heard every word.
So what?
I can't let it go on like this. I can't let you do this to your father.
What's it to you? You keep out of it.
No, Tom, now listen. You're wrong.
I know what I'm talking about. Nita was murdered, and I can prove it.
Your father had nothing to do with it.
Harvey, that's enough. Leave us alone.
I won't. I can't stand by quietly and see this happen to you. I won't.
Leave this room, Harvey. Don't say another word.
Now, wait a minute. What are you trying to say, Harvey?
I did it. Your father's trying to cover up for me.
What do you mean?
He wants to save my future reputation. If it got out, it would be a blot against me.
What would be?
When Jenkins called, your father was out. He told me what had happened. I left a note for your father, took an emergency bag, and flew to the island in hopes I could do something.
Go on.
I thought Nita was suffering from shock. I was terribly upset because I was in love with her. So I gave her adrenaline. I wasn't experienced enough to recognize symptoms of hemorrhage.
Is that the truth?
Yes, now that he's told it, there's nothing I can do. I knew in an instant it was hemorrhage. When I saw the adrenaline vial, I knew what a terrible mistake he'd made. He was emotionally upset over the girl, and I wanted to give him a chance. It was done. I tried my best to pull her through, but it was too late.
I'm sorry, Tom. Terribly sorry.
Harvey guiltily leaves the library and goes up the stairs to his room. Tom stands staring at Jacob, then drops into a chair and begins to sob softly. A few minutes pass, then a shot. Tom and his father leap to their feet, rush up the stairs and into Harvey's room. Harvey is sprawled dead over the desk, a gun in his hand, and on the desk a note addressed to Tom. Read it, Tom.
Dear Tom, I can't stand it any longer. It's been driving me crazy from the moment I did it. Nita's face is before me every second of the day and night. I was in love with her. But when she ran away with you, I lost my reason. I imagined she'd be better off dead. I was filled with hatred. I knew she was suffering from hemorrhage, but I gave her the adrenaline in a bit of revenge. Now it's driving me mad. Forgive me, Harvey.
Well, that's the end. Another case of jealousy. Another example of the futility of allowing oneself to become a victim of the green-eyed monster, jealousy.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. Lux presents Hollywood. Back on the air again after a summer vacation, our first production brings you Janet Gaynor, Robert Montgomery, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in one of the greatest stories the screen has ever known, A Star is Born. With us also, here on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, we have as guests Sid Grauman, founder and managing director of one of the most famous motion picture theaters in the world, Grauman's Chinese, and John Leroy Johnston, managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood magazines. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. And now, I turn the microphone to our producer, discoverer of stars, director of 63 motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 9 weeks have passed since I last stood here to ring up the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight we return, as we shall every Monday night at this time, bringing you Hollywood's celebrated stars in the most distinguished plays of stage and screen. We've had a vacation, but more than that, we've had an opportunity to plan ahead. As a result, the greatest series of dramatic treats it has ever been our pleasure to offer is in store for you. We alone could not have made this possible. You, through the friendship shown our products, are equally responsible. For a fitting inaugural, we made a long and careful search. We found it in the stars and story we're about to bring you. Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in the brilliant Technicolor screenplay from Selznick International Studios, A Star is Born. From these same studios has recently come another record-breaking film, The Prisoner of Zenda, which, starring Ronald Colman and featuring Madeleine Carroll and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., is now duplicating the sensational success of tonight's story. Miss Gaynor's performance in A Star is Born is bringing her a national acclaim, approached only by her debut performance several years ago in Seventh Heaven. She was scarcely more than a child then, and if you could see her now, you'd realize she's still a little girl. In fact, there's only 100 pounds and 5 feet of her, topped by large brown eyes and dark red hair. Among her treasures is a little pair of black low-heeled shoes that once pattered from studio to studio as their owner searched for work. They never stopped at my door. I wish they had. As Esther Blodgett, Miss Gaynor makes her first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater. Compared with her, our co-star, Robert Montgomery of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, is a veteran. His portrayal tonight of Norman Maine is his fourth on our stage. Bob's popularity wherever pictures are shown, his versatility in all kinds of difficult roles, leaves me little more to say than welcome home to an old friend of our theater. Bob's new MGM picture with Rosalind Russell is Live, Love, and Learn. Lionel Stander resumes the role he played on the screen, Libby, the publicity man. Also from the original cast as Granny comes that actress now in her 54th year of trooping, May Robeson. Lou Merrill is heard as Oliver Niles. And now for our play. The Lux Radio Theater returns to the air, bringing you Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. An isolated farmhouse on the wind-swept plains of North Dakota. The house is silent, sleeping, but moonlight streams through the window of one of the upstairs rooms, where a young girl is still awake. She lies across her bed, sobbing quietly into the pillow. The door is inched open, and an elderly woman in an old flannel wrapper calls to her softly.
Yes, Granny? Oh, I thought you'd still be up. Oh, now stop crying. That isn't going to do you any good.
Oh, I'm crying because Aunt Mattie and Alec and everyone else in this family makes me so mad.
Aunt Mattie, Alec, fiddlesticks. They're not important. You're the only one that counts.
Oh, but I could be an actress, Granny. I could be. And I'd go to Hollywood, too, if I had the chance. But they just laugh at me. Because I want to make something out of myself. They think it's funny.
Esther, everyone in this world who ever dreamed about better things was laughed at. Don't you know that?
Oh, I suppose I do, but...
Ah, but there's a difference, dear, between dreaming and doing. You modern girls give me a pain. Why, when I wanted something better, I came across these plains in a prairie schooner with your grandfather. And don't think for a minute it was easy, Esther Blodgett. We burned in summer, and we froze in winter. We used our guns when we needed food, and then fought the Indians to keep it. But we kept on going, and we didn't complain, because we were doing what we wanted to do. Can you understand that?
Yes, I can.
Could you do it? Could you do it even if it broke your heart? Because for every dream that you make come true, you'll pay the price in heartbreak.
I'm not afraid, Granny.
All right, then. Here, take this money.
Oh, but Granny...
Go on, and go to your Hollywood.
But I can't take your money.
And why not?
It's your savings.
Well, I haven't got anything to save up for now, except my funeral. And I'm never going to die.
Oh, Granny, how can I ever thank you?
Good night.
Oh, Granny, Granny, darling.
Hollywood Boulevard, the heart of the movie metropolis. On your right, Grauman's Chinese Theater. Notice the paved blocks containing the hand and footprints of your favorite star. And in just a few minutes, we'll be in Beverly.
Hello? Oleander Arms Apartments. Yeah, we got a vacancy. $4. Running water, convenient to all studios, and you can look at it whenever you want. What do you do? Huh? Listen, wise guy, don't waste my time. The ad said no cowboys.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Blodgett.
Mine's Randall. Day, week, or month?
Well, it's a little hard to say. You see, I'm going into the movies.
Well, take it for a week. It'll break the jump to Beverly Hills. Sign here.
Are all the studios really near here?
All except Gaumont British.
I suppose the best way to get a job is to go straight to the studios, isn't it?
Oh.
I haven't any illusions, you know. I'm perfectly willing to begin with a little bit of a part, or even as an extra.
$4, please, in advance.
Come in.
I beg your pardon. Is this the Central Casting Office?
Yes.
I'd like to register for extra work, please.
To register? How long have you been in Hollywood?
It's nearly a month now.
Well, you know, we have 12,416 extras registered with us now. That's 16 times as many as we can use each working day. Why, we haven't put anyone on our register in over 2 years.
Oh, I see.
Come over here. I want to show you something.
Yes, Central Casting.
Those 4 girls operate our switchboard. Every time one of those little lights flashes, it's someone asking for a job. And every time a girl says, try later, it means there isn't any job. We can't keep the girls at the switchboard long. They go crazy. And every one of those little lights thought it was going to be a star. Do you still want to go into movies? You know what your chances are. 1 in 100,000.
But maybe I'm that one.
Afternoon, Miss Blodgett.
Any phone calls for me, Mr. Randall?
No, Jesse Lasky and Sammy Goldwyn must be writing your letters instead. How was their luck today?
There wasn't any.
Maybe you don't go at it right.
If I haven't learned in 3 months, I guess I never will. But I'm not giving up.
Hey, Esther! Esther!
Hello, Danny.
Hello, McGuire. How's the big assistant director? And say, how's about some rent?
Never mind that. Listen, Esther, I gotta speak to you right away. Come in the parlor.
Danny, what's the matter?
Remember when you first came here, I said I'd keep my eye out for a job for you? Well, believe it or not, I've got one.
Danny, that's wonderful. When do I go to studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to the studio.
Oh, it's on location.
Well, it isn't exactly on location either. It isn't really a movie job at all. It's to be a waitress.
Oh.
Well, it is kind of a movie job in a way if you look at it right.
You said it was a waitress.
Yeah, but it's waitressing for Casey Burke, the big director over at our studio. He's throwing a party tonight, and there'll be a lot of big people there. I bet there'll be any number of big directors. And if you're there, maybe they'll notice you.
I could make them notice me.
Sure you could. This is your chance, Esther.
My chance. All right, I'll do it, Danny.
Good girl.
Hello? Mr. Burke's residence?
Let me speak to Mr. Oliver Niles in quick.
Who, sir?
Oliver Niles. Niles, the producer.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Niles. Yes? It's for you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take it inside. Hello? Oliver Niles speaking.
Hello, Niles. This is your publicity department.
Well, what is it, Libby?
Your publicity department begs to advise you that your star, Mr. Norman Maine, has once again been thrown in the Los Angeles jug.
What?
Yes, Mr. Norman Maine, America's Prince Charming, was apprehended driving down Wilshire Boulevard with a siren going full blast. He explained he was a tree surgeon on a maternity case.
Well, where is he now?
I bailed him out an hour ago. He ought to be at Breaks any minute.
Will it be in the papers?
No, it won't be in the papers.
Oh,
That's a nice, expensive hobby of yours, keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Now, look, Libby, I don't care what it costs, but...
Evening, Norman.
Never mind, Libby. He's here now. I'll call you back.
Hi, Oliver. You look worried about something.
Do I?
Well, go ahead and say it. I've got it coming to me.
Oh, don't make it any tougher for me, Norman. I don't want to stand here and preach.
Yeah, I know. The costs are going up and the grosses are going down.
Oh, no, it isn't that, Norman. I've made a lot of money with you. I can stand a loss or two, but, well, I hate to see you go the way of so many others.
I tell you, why don't you get Lloyd's to insure you against me?
You're a great star, Norman, but you're starting to fall apart.
And just what do you mean by that?
Oh, the first signs are always the same, Norman. Not being able to remember your lines, the cameraman struggling to cover up your hangovers, all because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
Okay, Oliver. You're a swell guy. You won't lose any money on me, I'll promise you that. I'll be ready for the curtains when the time comes. And when it does, here's my epitaph. For amusement only. Let's get back to that party.
Hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Maine. The caviar's very good.
No, thank you. Oh, yes, please. Very beautiful. I mean, very good. Never seen you around here before.
I'm just working for the night.
Hey, come back here. Starving. Oh, let's see. Which would you take?
Well?
I believe I'll take caviar.
Norman.
Hi, Anita. Where have you been?
Looking for you, mostly. Come and join the party.
Wait a second. Caviar, anchovies...
Oh, take the tray away, please. Mr. Maine doesn't care for any more. Do you, Normie?
No, Normie doesn't care for any more. Greetings.
Oh,
You mind if I help?
in the kitchen. Won't they miss you?
Oh, no, they'll just look under the table, and when they see I'm not there, they'll forget the whole matter. What's your name?
Esther Blodgett.
My name's Maine.
I know.
What's so funny?
I was thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now helping me put plates away.
They don't know my finer side.
He'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person this way.
Tell me, you disappointed?
Yes. Now you've done it.
Never mind. It makes the room look lived in. Why are you disappointed in me?
I was sitting right behind you in the Hollywood Bowl that night you didn't want to be photographed and you smashed the photographer's camera.
Yes, I'm told I crept into many a heart that night.
Oh, I'll never be able to explain this.
You've got very pretty hair.
You better get out of here.
And a sensitive mouth. And a charming little... Ah! Anita, darling.
Precisely why are you in here instead of with the rest of the guests?
I just want to be helpful.
Oh, I see. Are you sure there was no other attraction?
Well, it might be that my old mania for putting plates away is coming back on me again.
It's rather odd that I always know where I can find you if there's a pretty girl around.
It's not only odd, it's embarrassing. And we aren't married, darling, so...
You're being deliberately insulting, Norman. I put up with enough...
dear, don't lose your temper. Remember, we must try to keep the voice low. I know you'll excuse us if we go on with our work.
Oh, please. Let me help.
Put that plate down.
Oh, Mr. Maine, get up. He's unconscious.
Unconscious? Now see what you've done.
Oh, but I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Hey,
Oh,
help me up, will you?
are you hurt?
No more than usual. Listen to that. The wolves are on us. Come on, we've got to get out of
But
here.
I can't. The dishes aren't finished.
Oh, yes, they are. Watch. Come on.
That's my house, Mr. Maine, the one with the oleander bush.
Oh, right.
Well,
I'll bet I know what you're going to say now.
what?
Good night.
Good night, and thanks.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I've found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh, that's
So why don't we
awfully
go
nice
up to
of
my
you.
place and talk it over?
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. The least I can do is to see you to your door. Will I see you again?
I hope so.
Has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
No?
Well, now you know.
Thank you.
This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm a, well, you know. In private life, I'm, well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Do you understand that?
Yes, I think I do.
And it's not that bump on the head that's doing this either.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Good night.
Good night.
The Lux Radio Theater presentation of A Star is Born continues in just a moment. In the meantime, let's imagine we are in the living room of an American home. A husband and wife are listening to the Lux Radio Theater. It's intermission time.
Oh, this is a marvelous play, Joe.
Sure is, but then I go for Gaynor anytime.
She is lovely.
Come to think of it, she reminds me of you a little. There's something about you that...
Joe, if I'm anything like Janet Gaynor, the only resemblance is in our complexion. I take care of my skin the same way she does, with Lux toilet soap.
It's really that good, is it?
Good. It's a soap with active lather. It really gets your skin thoroughly clean.
Thoroughly clean? What do you mean?
Well, if you let dirt and stale powder and rouge stay on your skin, they work in and stop up your pores. That ruins the complexion. Your pores get enlarged. Haven't you ever heard of cosmetic skin?
Cosmetic skin? What's that?
Well, who is there who has it? Oh, Sally Hanford. You know how dull-looking her skin always is.
Pity she didn't know about that soap you use. One look at you ought to sell Lux soap to any girl.
Shh. Here comes the second act.
Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson continue in A Star is Born. A few hours have passed since Norman Maine left Esther at her doorstep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. In the bedroom of Oliver Niles' home, the telephone jangles wildly. Niles, half asleep, gropes blindly for the receiver.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? This is Oliver Niles?
Yes, Oliver Niles.
This is Norman.
What is it? Who?
Norman Maine.
Norman? What have you done now? You're not in jail, are you?
No. Oliver, I have met a girl.
Oh, so that's it again.
Oliver, this girl, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful, yeah. Yes, I know. You want me to give her a screen test?
Oliver, this girl has wonderful possibilities. She's got something. I know it.
You know it. You knew all the others had something, too.
No. I tell you, Oliver, she has that sincerity and honestness, sincerity and honestness. It makes great actresses. I'm so sure of this girl that I want to do the test with her myself. Tomorrow morning, Oliver. Oliver.
What?
Tomorrow morning, screen test.
Yes. Anything.
That's fine, Oliver. I knew you'd appreciate this little tip. I've got another one in the 6th tomorrow. Now, you try and get a little sleep, old man. Good night, Oliver.
Is this light too hard?
Move that gobo.
Over there.
Yeah.
Get that inky spot in.
All right. This is just a test, gentlemen. Get going.
All set, Mr. Burke.
All right, then, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Ready.
Ready, Miss, what's your name?
Esther Blanchard.
Okay.
He'll soon know your name, Esther. The whole world's gonna know it.
But I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today.
Oh, come on now. Don't be foolish. They all had to go through this. Crawford, Lombard, Myrna Loy, and Esther Blanchard.
All right. I'm ready.
All set, Burke.
Quiet.
This is the take.
Roll 'em.
Quiet, everybody. Speed.
Action.
The last time I saw you was the only time in my life I ever wanted to be a man.
I think I prefer you as a woman.
You know why I wanted to be a man?
No, why?
Cut.
Just sign right there, Miss Blodgett.
There, Mr. Niles.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niles.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone a little nuts to sign you. Maybe they're right.
I hope they aren't.
Well, we won't know either way for a while, will we? You look like a nice girl. I think I'm going to like you. That's not important. I think the public will like you. That is important.
I know it is.
We're going to change your name, of course. Esther Blodgett is, well, you understand. From now on, your name is Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester. Why, it's beautiful.
Good evening, everybody. This is Billy Moon, your own Billy the Hollywood Star Chaser. Flash. Oliver Niles Studio discovers a new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies. Her name is Vicky Lester. Those who have peeked tell me she couldn't be more Davoon. She's putting in her training period now, and in a few months we may get a look at those fair features. The best of luck to Vicky Lester from her future fans.
Listen, you dress people, we're shooting on the set this morning, not in the commissary. Shake it up! Shake it up!
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, Mr. Maine. What'll be this morning?
Oh, the usual, Mabel.
Orange juice and bicarbonated soda.
Make it 2 bicarbs, but it was a very successful party last night.
Acme Trucking Company. No, the Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith's not in.
What goes on over there?
Vicky Lester. She's rehearsing again.
Bring that stuff over to her table, will you?
Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme. No, Smith ain't in. Acme Trucking Company.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith is not... Oh, Norman.
What's this between you and Smith?
I've got a part. It's one line, but it's in a picture.
Oh, so it's ambition that made you break that date with me last night, eh?
Well, I had to be here so early this morning.
Yeah, so did I. I had to stay up all night to make it, too.
You started your picture, haven't you?
Oh, we're still in the testing stage. Can't seem to find a girl for the lead.
Gee, you think with all the girls there
Yeah,
are...
but this girl's got to be different. She's got to be little and cute and sweet and... Well, blow me down.
What?
Well, close these tired old eyes.
Norman, what's the matter?
Come on, hurry up.
Where are we going?
Oliver Niles' office, on the run. I tell you, Oliver, it's surefire. You've gone through the whole casting directory, haven't you?
I'll work day and night, Mr. Niles.
And I'll work with her, Oliver.
I can be mean or nasty or anything you want, Mr.
If
Niles.
she clicks, Oliver, you've got a star overnight. Well, what do you say?
Okay, she's in.
Esther, she's fainted.
And just as your Star Chaser predicted on this program some months ago, little Vicky Lester has made good. Just how good was known early this evening after the preview of her first picture in which she plays a featured role opposite Norman Maine. Norman may be starred, but he is decidedly not the main attraction.
It's cooler out here. You see those lights, Esther? Down there? That's Hollywood.
It's wonderful, isn't it? A crazy quilt.
No, that's a carpet spread for you. It's yours from now on, you know. It's come, Esther. A star is born. You'll have everything in the world you want. And I hope it'll make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
Well, there's one thing I've never had. Lots of times I've told myself I'd found it, but I always knew I was lying. Still, I never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come.
I think it has come, Esther. And I wish it weren't too late.
Oh, but it's not too late.
You can't throw away your life the way I've thrown away mine and have anything left that's good enough now.
You can. Norman, you can.
Oh, you mustn't tell me that, Esther. I'm so afraid I'll believe it.
I want to, Norman. I want you to believe it because I love you, too.
Oh, folks, maybe I'm not thinking fast this morning. What are you two trying to say?
Just this, Oliver. We're going to get married.
You're going to what?
I guess I didn't read that line very well. I'll try it again. We're going to get married
Both of
to
us.
each other. What do you think of that?
When? Where?
Well, we're going to elope in the conventional manner.
What's the matter, Mr. Niles?
He's trying to decide whether it's good for the studio.
Is it?
It is. And bless you, my children. When's it going to happen?
Well, we thought we'd just sneak out sometime.
Sure, but you mustn't hurt people's feelings. Matt Libby, for instance, he has a very sensitive nature. He'd feel offended if he didn't have a chance to congratulate you. Get Libby in.
I've been trying to keep him out.
Listen to this. The screen's ideal romance blossomed into breathtaking reality today when Vicki Lester and Norman Maine, America's dream lovers, slipped quietly through the portals of holy matrimony. How does that sound?
Horrible.
But you see, we're going to elope.
Sure you are. It'll be the biggest elopement this town ever saw. We'll get a tie-up with the Army. I'll have you escorted all the way down to Yuma, Arizona by 20 of their new bombing planes. From there, you can make personal appearances in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Vancouver. Let's make this thing international.
Norman, is he going with us?
Say, Niles, don't you think we can work this thing out better alone? No use bothering the happy couple with all these details.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't realize we were in the way. While you're settling the details, you don't mind if I go out and buy this woman a ring, do you?
Sure, go ahead. We want everything legal.
Come on, honey. See you later, Oliver.
There's a charming couple for you. A nice girl like Vicky and public nuisance #1.
Norman's all right, Libby. If you'll pardon my pointing Vicky's business as her own. It doesn't require any comments.
I didn't comment. I just said it's a rotten
You go
shame.
ahead and plan the elopement.
What's the matter? You sore or something about this elopement?
No, I'm not sore. Go on, Libby, beat it. I'm busy.
And here's the Hollywood question mark for this week, folks. What famous star, since his marriage to another famous star, has turned over a brand new leaf and is now taking a non-alcoholic honeymoon? But why do his friends think his bride came about 6 performances too late as far as the public is concerned? Because the star's last 6 performances have been what is politely known as turkeys, box office flopolas. Yes, sir, folks, it was a gay life and a short one.
But, Norman, I just can't believe it. Would you mind telling me again, very slowly?
That's your new house. This is your new grass. And those are your new trees, and here's your new husband. Now, come on. The garden's been waiting long enough for you. You like it?
It's the most wonderful surprise anybody ever had. And there I was, thinking we were going to live in the beach house.
Oh, we'll keep the house at the beach. But this is special. This is our castle, where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in those gates, we'll check the studio outside.
Oh, Norman.
Hey, hold that pose. That's it. Get it, Otto?
Got it.
Caption. Their honeymoon never ends. How are you?
Well, this is a surprise, Libby, and a very unpleasant one.
Oh, just dropped over to welcome you home. How are you, Mrs. Maine?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Miss Lester. Hiya, Norman. Nice little place you got here. Very tasty.
Otto, if you didn't like it, we'd sell it.
All right, let's get some pictures. Now, if the bride will just sit here and the groom stand behind her, we'll have something unique.
Swell. All right, Otto. Captain, their honeymoon still continues.
Hello.
Ah, the producer. Their honeymoon ceases abruptly. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Norman. Glad you're back. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Oliver.
Am I interrupting?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, we just want a couple more.
Well, that's enough of both of them. What they're asking for is the exclusives of Miss Lester alone.
Oh, I see. Come on, Oliver. Let's you and I get exclusive.
Sure.
Stay for dinner, Oliver.
All right now, Miss Lester. We'll take one of you right over here.
Well, Oliver, what's on your mind? How's the dividend situation?
Oh, very pleasant. I think we'll show $2 million on the next quarter.
Oh, boy. That was a smart move of mine to sell my stock, wasn't it? Well, anyway, you can thank me for some of those dividends of yours. Well, can't you?
Oh, sure.
That was a little too quick. The Enchanted Hour was a smash hit, wasn't it?
Made Vicky a star overnight.
Yes, and it should have. Well, what about me?
Let's wait and talk business at the office, Norman,
Didn't they like me?
Well, maybe the part wasn't just right.
It was the best part of the year. Now, look here, Oliver. Do you think I'm slipping?
Norman, can you take it?
Go ahead.
The tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've slipped.
Well, my fan mail's still pretty big.
Norman, fans will write anybody for a photograph. It only costs 3 cents for the stamp. That makes photographs cheaper than wallpaper. But every quarter they pay for a theater ticket. Buys them the right to be a critic. Your last few performances, Norman, haven't pleased your critics.
Oh. Remember I told you I'd be ready for the curtains when the time came? Well, here it is. Let's call off the contract, and no hard feelings.
Oh, we're not quitting yet, either of us. There's no explaining these things. We've all seen how quick the public turns. Well, maybe we can turn it back. I've got a swell script lined up for you.
Oh, about Esther. If you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, as it happens, there isn't anything for her in this story. I'd more or less planned to star her in a picture of her own, maybe with that young Pemberton opposite her. He's coming along very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver? We'll make a try at it. And let's hope it's not too late.
Yes, Norman. Let's hope it's not too late.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's been our custom between the acts of our plays to bring you little glimpses of Hollywood, to give you a view of film activities from backstage. We continue that custom with a word from John Leroy Johnston, Western manager of Fawcett Publications and managing editor of Screenbook and Hollywood magazines. The last time we met, he interviewed me. Tonight, with the tables turned, I'll drop my first question by asking Mr. Johnston what he'd like to be interviewed about.
Well, Mr. DeMille, that's easy. After all, the product that makes this program possible is Lux Toilet Soap. There's a commodity that's dedicated to charm and beauty, as evidenced by its tremendous popularity among the screen's most attractive women. From what I found out myself, visiting the stars, and from what our writers tell me, Lux Toilet Soap has no more enthusiastic boosters than the biggest names in Hollywood.
I still would like to know the subject of our interview.
Well, I'd like to express a few of my views on beauty, or rather on the most beautiful women of motion pictures in 20 years. They say a fool walks in where angels fear to tread. So here I am, a perfect casting job.
What's the basis of your choice? The best subjects for your magazine covers?
No, magazine covers are chosen to acknowledge the popularity of certain established or rising young players. I'm guiding myself by what strikes me as being a typical American conception of beauty. By this, I mean normal, charming, finely chiseled features, clear, expressive eyes, intelligence, poise, well, to be brief and honest, loveliness.
Which predominates in your list? The old-fashioned type of yesterday or the athletic girl of today?
Frankly, I don't believe the American ideal of real beauty has or will ever change. I think every man admires the lovely, dainty, feminine woman. If she's truly beautiful, she'll look beautiful in crinolines or slacks. So, from the silent days onward, here's my all-American team. Selections representing every section of the continent. Alice Joyce, Corrine Griffith, Clara Kimball Young, Billy Dove, Mary Nolan, Joan Crawford, Janet Gaynor, Jeanette McDonald, Dolores Del Rio, Norma Shearer, and Madeline Carroll. And for a second team, I'd say Ann Harding, Carol Lombard, Joan Bennett, Anita Louise, Madge Bellamy, Virginia Bruce, Mary Astor, Gloria Stewart, Olivia de Havilland, Mary Bryan, and Marla Shelton.
Now, offhand, I can't say whether or not I agree with your choice, Mr. Johnson. But I wish I could have all your all-American beauties in one picture.
And I wish you'd provide a police escort so that I can sneak out of here before folks start throwing things. I'm on my way.
Good night. Back to Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in A Star Is Born. One year has passed. As Esther rose steadily in public favor, Norman dropped just as steadily into oblivion. At his own request, his contract was canceled, and he began to devote his time to making Esther happy. But she was busy at the studio, shaping a career such as he had thrown away. And left to himself, Norman slipped gradually back into his old ways. It's the night of the Academy Award dinner. At a table in the corner, Esther and Oliver Niles wait anxiously for Norman to arrive. The master of ceremonies is speaking.
We have already applauded with our hearts as well as our hands. While awards have been given to those gentlemen...
I wish Norman would come. Do you suppose anything's happened to him?
Of course not. He's just been held up in traffic. Now, you think about that nice statuette you're going to get.
Or rather,
go on, listen.
One lady. We present to her the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year. The unforgettable Anna in Dream Without End. Miss Vicki Lester.
Go on. Go on, Esther. Get your award.
I wish Norman were here.
Miss Lester, if you please.
Thank you.
What more can I say, Miss Lester? This statuette says it for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, when something like this happens to you, and you try to tell how you feel about it, you find that out of all the words in the world, there are only two that really mean anything. Thank you. All I can do is say them to you from my heart. All I can do is tell you that I'll keep... Norman!
That was a very pretty speech, my dear, and I want to be the first to congratulate you on that valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. And now I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers, I got one of those once for the best performance once. It don't mean a thing. People get them every year. What I want's a special award.
Norman, please.
Something nobody else can get. I want a statuette for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statuettes for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last masterpieces of mine knows I've earned them. What I'm here to find out is, do I get them or do I get them? Answer me yes or no.
Music, quick.
Answer me yes or no.
All right, Esther, all right. I've got him. Come on, Norman. Come over to the table.
Huh?
Oh, hello, Vicky, dear. Allow me to congratulate you. You must be terribly proud and happy tonight.
Thank you. Norman, dear.
Oh, God. What have I... Somebody give me a drink.
Who is it?
Oliver Niles calling.
Oliver, come in.
How are you, Esther?
Oh, Oliver, I've missed you. Everybody's missed you. Sit down. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, a 3-month tour over the theater circuit scarcely comes under the head of pleasure. By the way, they're screaming for your pictures all across the country. Miss Lester, if I may talk shop, you're a knockout.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
You've been crying.
A little?
Why?
Why, I guess maybe I'm a little worried about this next picture.
Oh, you needn't be. I've seen the first week's work. You're headed for another Academy Award this year. How's Norman?
He's trying awfully hard, Oliver.
Has he been... Is he all right?
He's gone to a sanatorium. You see, he really wants to stop drinking, and I think he could only...
Well, perhaps if he were going to work again, it'd be some encouragement.
Oliver, could you do that?
I might be able to manage it.
Oh, thank you. But he mustn't ever know I told you.
He won't know, Vicky. And you mustn't worry. I want you to be good in this picture.
I'll try, Oliver. That's the least I can do for you.
And one more for the book folks. What star, recently released from a sanatorium where he underwent a rescue, is now hanging around the Santa Anita racetrack while he gets into shape for a comeback? Your guess is as good as mine, and mine's no guess.
What are you fixing to pull today, Joe?
Hello, Charlie. Well, hello, Mr. Maine. Haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, no, I've been resting. Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale and what?
Ginger ale and ginger ale.
A new leaf?
A whole new book. Thanks.
Shake it up, Charlie.
Hello, Libby.
Why, it's Mr. America of yesteryear. Do they let you wander around now without a keeper?
I'm a trustee now. Didn't expect to find you here at Santa Anita. What do they do with the actors when you're away?
Oh, they cut 'em in slices and fry 'em with eggs. I suppose you'll be here all the time, now that you've retired from the hurly-burly of the silver screen.
Well, we're staying down at the beach house now, and it's pretty lonesome with Esther away working all day.
Well, I wouldn't squawk about that if I were you. It's nice somebody in the family's making a living.
Say, go a little slow, Libby. I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated face.
Pretty work, Libby. Always wait till they're down and then kick 'em, eh?
Say, listen. You fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you even if nobody else will.
Why, you...
Take a swing at me, will you? Get up, you four-star ham, and I'll knock you down for keeps.
Get up, get up, and get out of here.
Don't bother to throw him out. He's harmless.
Well, all right, Mr. Libby, if you say so.
Sure, let him go. What can he do? He can't fight any better than he can act.
Next race, coming to the boat.
You okay, Maine?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. Give me a scotch. Double.
Vicky, you'll be ill. Why don't you try and get a little sleep?
But he's been gone 4 days. 4 days and not a word. Oliver, I can't. I just can't. Will you?
Surely. Hello? No, this is Oliver Niles speaking. What? Oh, thank heaven. Where? In the night court. He's all right, Vicky. He isn't hurt. I'll go right down and get him out.
What is it? What's wrong?
He's been arrested on a disorderly conduct charge.
I'm going with you.
Oh, Vicky, please, it isn't any place for you. If it gets in the papers...
What do I care about the papers? Norman's in trouble, and I'm going to him.
Alfred Hinkle, known as Norman Maine. Where is he?
Here.
Drunk and disorderly. Crashed car into tree. Resisted arrest and injured one of arresting officers. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you Norman Maine, the actor?
Yeah.
You've come pretty low, haven't you? 90 days in the city jail.
Wait, please. Your Honor, I'm his wife.
Yes, I recognize you, Miss Lester.
Please, I promise you, Judge, this will never happen again. I'll be responsible for him if you'll just not send him there.
Do you realize that this man, when drunk, is obviously a menace to public safety?
Yes.
You realize, too, the responsibility you would be assuming to the court and to the Commonwealth?
I do.
Very well. Sentence suspended. Prisoner remanded to custody of wife. You may take him home, Miss Lester.
Norman, are you all right, dear?
Yeah. I'm so tired, Esther.
How is he, Esther?
Talk low. He's still asleep in there.
Oh, well, that's the best thing for him.
Oh, it's awful to see this happen to someone you love and know in your heart that it can't get any better.
You still love him, Vicky? Or do you just feel sorry for him?
Oh, it's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help him.
So will I, Vicky. Between us, we'll take care of him.
You're very fond of him, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm very fond of both of you.
That's why I know you'll understand what I have to tell you. And I think that after what happened last night, you already know what it is. I can't do any more pictures. I'm going away for good with Norman.
But, Vicky, you can't do that. Well, you're at the very peak of your success. You've worked so hard to achieve it.
Yes, I've worked hard, Oliver, and what difference would that have made if you and Norman hadn't worked harder to help me?
Oh, no. No one can help people to careers. You made your own career, and it's your life.
That's what's been wrong, Oliver. I thought it all out. Maybe if I hadn't been away from him so much, last night and what went before it wouldn't have happened. Too late to think about that now. But it may not be too late to go away with him and start over again somewhere.
It's your life you're giving up, Vicky.
So I can try to give Norman back his. Can you honestly tell me I'm wrong to do it?
No. No, Vicky. I can't honestly tell you that.
Then there won't be any more Vicky Lester, Oliver.
Goodbye, Vicky Lester. You're a swell girl. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Goodbye, Oliver. And thank you. Norman.
This is Maine coming in to apologize again, darling.
Norman, have you been out there long? Oliver, Niles was here.
Yeah, yes, I know. I mean, I thought he would be. You're looking sad, darling. What other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a scene with myself.
Now, look, I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll promise to brace up if you'll go on the wagon.
I guess I have been drinking too much.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with great big muscles and everything?
Roughly speaking, yes.
Are you going to join the YMCA?
Oh, no, that costs too much. I'm going wading in the Pacific.
Now?
Sure.
You won't go out too far, darling.
A little water once in a while wouldn't hurt me any.
Crazy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be running along. Could you have a hot some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup.
And I'll make the sandwiches.
Norman, do you have to?
Give me a kiss, honey. I'll see you later.
Don't be long.
I won't. Oh, darling.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look? So long, sweet.
Will that be all, Miss Lester?
Have you packed everything?
Yes, ma'am. The bags, the trunk, everything.
Have the car brought around, please.
I'm her granny.
Can't go in.
Esther. Granny. Granny, darling. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. What made you come?
Oh, I know when I'm needed. Here, girl, please. Please get out, will you? I want to talk to my granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I got here just as quickly as I could.
But I'm going home. I sent you a wire yesterday.
Sit down. Now, is it true that you're going to quit the movies?
I never want to hear of them again.
What are you running away from, child?
I'm not running away. It's just that I can't go on. My heart isn't in it anymore.
You remember I told you once, if you got what you wanted, you'd have to give your heart in exchange. And you said you were willing. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Well, you got more than you bargained for. More fame, more success, even more personal happiness. And maybe more unhappiness. But you did make a bargain. And now you're whining over it. I wouldn't be very proud of myself if I were you, Esther.
I'm not, Granny, but my mind's made up.
Oh, well, then I'm very sorry I lent you that money to come here. It was just thrown away, wasted.
I know. Well, I want to be strong, but I can't go on. I can't.
But you must. Tragedy is a test of courage, Esther. I never knew Norman Maine. He was sweet to me in the letter he wrote when you were married. He said that you told him how much I had meant to you. And I know how much you must have meant to him. I can't believe that wherever he is, Esther, he's very proud knowing that all that his love did for you was to make you a quitter.
The car is ready, Miss Lester. We'll have to go now to make the train.
Put the car back in the garage. We're going to stay.
Oh, Granny. Oh, my Esther, my darling.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great occasion. The entire picture industry has come to the Chinese Theater for this opening tonight. It has come to pay tribute to a great star on her return to the screen. The girl who has won the heart of Hollywood, the girl who has won the heart of the world, Miss Vicki Lester. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Lester's car has just driven up. Yes, it is her. I'll see if I can get her to say a few words. Here she comes now. No, wait, she's stopping, folks. What is it, Jim? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lester has stopped at the footprints of her late husband, Norman Maine. She's a little upset. I don't think we're going to get her up here. No, wait now. She's pulling herself together. She seems to be all right, ladies and gentlemen, and she's approaching the microphone now. Miss Lester, will you... Miss Lester, this microphone is on an international hookup. Throughout the world, your fans are hoping you'll say a few words to them. Will you, please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
For their splendid performances, our thanks to Miss Gaynor and Mr. Montgomery, who will return in a few minutes. It was most appropriate that our play should end with a scene at Grauman's Chinese Theater. It was there that the most thrilling premieres in Hollywood history have been held. There also originated the spectacular stage productions, copied though never equaled the world over. Grauman's Chinese is also famous for the hand and footprints of the stars recorded in the courtyard of the theater. To make your mark there means lifelong membership in Hollywood's Legion of Honor. The founder and guiding light of that theater is here tonight. One of the greatest showmen and best friends that motion pictures have ever had, Sid Grauman. Sid, how did you happen to get that idea of the hand and footprints?
Well, before answering that, Cecil, I'd like to say something you overlooked. That it was your picture, The King of Kings, that opened the Chinese Theater. It was a great break for me. For your question, the answer is pure accident. I walked right into it. While we were building the theater, I accidentally happened to step in some soft concrete, and there it was. So I went to Mary Pickford immediately. Mary put her foot into it.
And so became the first to sign your concrete autograph album. Huh?
Yes, along with Norma Talmadge and Douglas Fairbanks. But the latest we have done, so are William Powell and Myrna Loy, who used to dance in my prologue.
Well, most of us have heard of your theater and footprints, Sid. Few people realize that you've helped scores of players on their way to fame, like Raquel Torres, who started as one of your usherettes, Raymond Navarro, or Jackie Coogan, whom you discovered.
Yes, it's a strange how things work out, Cecil. I used to put on Sunday morning concerts in the $1 Million Theater in Los Angeles. Before the prologue and picture was shown, a young singer asked me for a job. After hearing him, I said, "You're on, but the price is only $10 for the concert." He said he needed the work, and if I'd give him 6 concerts in a row, the $10 would be all right. I did. His name, Lawrence Tibbett. To this day, one of my best friends is Charlie Chaplin. Before he ever appeared on the screen, Charlie worked for me on the stage in San Francisco, and I gave him a letter of introduction that brought him to the screen. I claim no credit for this. It just happened. And now a little Shirley Temple story. When Shirley came to the theater to leave her footprints, She asked me if I mind if she took off her shoes and socks. I told her that we couldn't do that because she'd get her feet all full of concrete. As usual, she had an answer ready. We can get some warm water and a towel, and I'll wash them very carefully. But why, I asked, do you want to make your footprints in bare feet? Mr. Grauman, she said, I just want to be different. Well, Cecil, if I don't stop now, there's no telling when I will. Good luck to you and to this splendid radio theater, which has come to be as much a part of Hollywood as the excellent commodity it represents, Lux Toilet Soap. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Goodbye to you. And now, as the stars they are, Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery.
I'm glad to be able to take this curtain call, Mr. DeMille, because it gives me a chance to say something that I really want to say as regards A Star is Born. Often when a picture is a success, all the credit goes to the individuals who happen to star in it. We're inclined to pass by the off-screen personalities who made that picture possible. To Mr. David O. Selznick, the producer of A Star is Born, and Mr. William Wellman, who so brilliantly directed it, and all the others who contributed, I am very grateful. But now, what about Mr. Montgomery? I hear some talk around town that you're to go east.
Yes, Montgomery the actor is about to become Montgomery the farmer. I'm going back to the farm for a spell.
Yes, you told us that some months ago, and you haven't reached there yet. I'm beginning to think that your back to the soil movement is just a fable.
At least it provides Bob with some swell stories about that neighbor of his back there, Zeb Davis.
Zeb is on the way to becoming a national character. What's he done lately, Bob?
Well, Zeb probably won't speak to me for telling this one on him, but here goes. Zeb has a wife who likes to keep him, well, shall we say, under control. Not long ago, she decided that Zeb ought to get a new car. Zeb couldn't quite figure that out because the one he had was only 11 years old. So he got a new car. Well, the Davises were having a little party one night when Mrs. D told Zeb to drive to town for some ice cream and to be very careful of the car. It's a 16-mile trip, and Zeb sort of hit her up on the way back. He was just about to turn up the road to the house when he stepped on the gas instead of the brake. He ran into a ditch, turned over a couple of times, and ended up with the car on top of him and the ice cream in his hand. A couple of the boys ran up and tried to pull him out, but Zeb was stuck. He didn't say a word until the boys started to get the car off him, then he let loose. "Leave me alone," he hollered. "Leave me alone and get that ice cream home before it melts. There's enough trouble around here as it is."
That's very good, Bob. I hope you'll find Zeb completely recovered and with a lot more stories.
As you said, Mr. DeMille, this was my first appearance here. But really, I felt quite at home because I'm well acquainted with the product behind this program. I'm happy to say that Lux Toilet Soap has been in my dressing room and in my home, too, for several years. I wouldn't be without it.
Thank you, Janet. And you too, Bob, for launching our program in such distinguished fashion.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Good night.
And thank you, Mr. DeMille. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. News of next week's thrilling show comes to you in just a moment from Mr. DeMille. Assisting in tonight's cast were Lou Merrill as Oliver Niles, Chester Clute as Pop, John Gibson as Danny McGuire, Margaret Brayton as Anita, Edwin Max as Master of Ceremonies, Forrest Taylor as Judge, Frank Nelson as Moon, Lucille Meredith as Maid, Grace Kern as a waitress, Myra Marsh as Miss Phillips, Sidney Newman as director, James Eagles as Otto, Gil Patrick as police officer, and Ross Forrester as a photographer. Miss Gaynor and Miss Robeson appeared through courtesy of Selznick International Pictures, Mr. Montgomery, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Stander, Columbia Pictures Corporation, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. And here is our producer.
Not because he happens to be the star of my new film, The Buccaneer. Not because he starred in two of our biggest successes last spring, but because he happens to be, on and off the screen, a citizen of whom Hollywood is most proud. It gives me particular pleasure to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Frederick March. And with him, Florence Eldridge, who in private life is Mrs. March. Our play is from the stage and screen success, The Outsider. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, and an all-star Hollywood cast in The Outsider. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program was Afraid to Dream from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A 30-year-old woman is missing. 3 months pass before her disappearance is reported. There's not a trace of the woman. No lead to her whereabouts. Your job? Find her. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
That's right. Fatimas are different. They taste better.
Yet king-size Fatima costs no more than the cigarette you're now smoking. And because of its quality, more smokers are now insisting on Fatima than ever before. You see, Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma. So compare Fatima yourself today. You'll find Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Remember, the cost of Fatima is the same as the cigarette you're now smoking.
But in Fatima, the difference is quality. Next time, buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, June 9th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the stats office, and it was 10:18 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hiya, Joe. Been waiting for you.
Hi.
Ma'am, I'd like to have you meet my partner, Sergeant Friday. Joe, this is Miss Daly, Ruth Daly.
How do you do?
How are you,
Miss Daly came in to file a missing report on her sister, Joe. She already talked to missing persons, and they sent her in to see us. Oh, have a chair, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, what's it all about, miss?
I just started to tell Sergeant Ramirez
That's
here.
Romero, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Romero. Well, it's about my sister Bernice, Sergeant. She's missing. I wondered if maybe you people could help me find her.
Well, what's your sister's name?
Bernice. I guess you want her married name, Mrs. James Butler. Her description will be just about the way I look. Bernice and I are twins.
Mm-hmm. When did your sister disappear, ma'am?
In March. The first weekend in March. She disappeared on a Saturday.
Well, that's 3 months ago, Miss Daly. How is it this wasn't reported sooner?
Well, as a matter of fact, I halfway expected her husband to report it. I talked to him about it when Bernice was gone 2 weeks. He didn't seem too worried.
Is there any reason for him not to worry?
Well, there isn't a way. You see, Bernice has gone off before, about a year ago. She picked up and went to Arizona without telling anybody. When she came back, she said she just wanted to get away for a while. She didn't want to be around here.
Well, how long did she stay away that time?
Almost a month.
Well, how about your sister's married life? She get along with her husband all right?
Well, first 5 years they were married, it worked all right. Then it sort of turned sour. I don't know what happened. They used to be happy.
Well, what was the trouble, do you know?
That's the funny part. I don't. Wouldn't even know who to blame for it, Jimmy or Bernice. Both of them started drinking a lot, pretty heavy. Seemed to me around that time Jimmy began to get a little funny.
I see. Has he ever been violent towards your sister, Miss Daly? I mean, has he struck her or anything like that?
Oh, no. Really, Jimmy's kind of a milquetoast character. Timid, skinny. Most of the time afraid to say boo. Yesterday I went over to the house to visit Jimmy. I tried to make conversation. He just sat in his chair reading a book. Every time I'd mention Bernice, he'd kind of look up and growl at me. I got sick of it. I put on my coat and started for the door. He followed me.
Did he say anything at all?
Yes. When I opened the door, I turned around to say goodbye.
Yeah?
He had this real horrible look on his face. He said it right out loud, plain as day.
What's that?
He said, "You'd be surprised if I killed her, wouldn't you? You'd be surprised."
10:40 a.m. We finished taking a complete statement from Ruth Daly regarding the disappearance of her married sister, Bernice Butler. Before she left, we got the business address of her brother-in-law. A broadcast and a missing bulletin was gotten out, and then Ben and I drove across town to have a talk with the husband of the missing woman, James Butler. We located him at work in a job printing shop on South Vermont, where he was employed as a journeyman printer. He was in his early 30s, thin, blonde hair, light complexion, about 5'7", 125 pounds. He wore a pair of rimless glasses. Ben and I introduced ourselves and began to interview him. He was close-mouthed and not too cooperative. He seemed to resent every question we asked him. While we talked, he worked over a paper-cutting machine.
You'll have to admit it's a little out of the ordinary, Mr. Butler. Your wife missing 3 months and you acting like she's been gone 3 hours. Did you hear me, Butler?
I heard you.
Well, what about it?
Just a minute. Well? You know, it's not ordinary her going away. I'm married to her. I know my own wife.
We talked to your wife's sister this morning, Ruth Daly. She seems to think you might know all about your wife disappearing.
She does?
That's right.
In my way, I got to get that other set of cards.
Oh, yeah. What do you think?
I don't know. There's something wrong with him.
Sure got a big grudge for somebody his size.
I wonder what that girl meant when she called him bashful.
Yeah, about as bashful as a wild boar in a plum thicket.
In my way, I got to get in there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't got any spare time to talk. I have to get this order out.
It'll only take a few minutes if you'll be good enough to cooperate.
I haven't got the time, that's all.
It's almost your lunch hour, isn't it? Suppose we can talk then?
Got no time then either. Why don't you talk to Ruth? She seems to know it all.
Now, listen, that's about enough of this, mister. We ask you civil questions. We expect civil answers. If you think this isn't important, change your mind. Your wife's been gone for 3 months. Nobody's seen or heard from her, and it's our job to check it. Now, you can talk to us here or downtown. You take your pick.
Have to finish up this batch first. We can talk out in the alley and back. I want everybody knowing my business.
That's fine with us. You do what you have to do. We'll wait for you.
Sure is aching for an argument, huh?
Yeah, I wonder what his big trouble is.
Maybe a hangover. Looks a little used up.
Yeah, could be.
If he had something to do with his wife's disappearing, you'd think he'd try to cover it. The way he's acting, he doesn't seem to care what we think.
Well, let's see what kind of a story he's got.
Okay, it's this way, out back.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
You ever been arrested, Butler?
No. Almost a couple of times. They couldn't get me.
What kind of trouble were you in?
They said they didn't get me. I'm not going to put myself in hot water.
We'd like to find out how your wife was before she disappeared. You know of any reason why she'd go off the way she did? Any reason why she'd stay away 3 months without any word?
No, I don't know any reason.
Well, how about your relatives, your friends? You checked to see if she might be with one of them?
They'd call if she was.
You never checked with them?
No. I think Ruth did.
You have any big arguments with your wife, Butler? Around the time she disappeared, I mean?
We had them all the time. She bothered me. She was too fresh. I beat it out of her.
That's so.
You got to. Give him a little freedom. They think he can take over. Nag and tell you what to do, what not to do. Sick of it.
We'd like a straight answer here, Butler. Did you want your wife out of the way?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, do you know why she's missing?
Could be a lot of reasons. Might know one.
Did you kill your wife, Butler?
It'd be silly to tell you that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Did you kill her?
Only one way I'll say yes to that.
Yeah?
When you prove it.
Well, it wasn't easy to understand. From the way it started, our interview with James Butler would get us nothing. We had no evidence against him, nothing to indicate definitely that his wife had met foul play, nothing but a suspicious remark he was supposed to have made to his sister-in-law, Ruth Daly. But once we'd left the print shop and got out in the back alley where he couldn't be overheard, he was full of information. Besides telling us that he'd beat his wife, Butler also admitted that he'd threatened her life on several occasions, twice in the presence of friends. He seemed to take some kind of a peculiar pride in admitting how violent he'd been with his wife. Ben and I took him downtown, questioned him further, and listened to him talk. He made veiled hints that he'd been involved in various criminal activities in this country and also in Europe, that he was a close friend with a half a dozen notorious underworld gang leaders, that he was ruthless and clever enough to dispose of his wife if he wanted to and still avoid prosecution. While we were talking, Ben had James Butler's name and description double-checked through the Record Bureau files. There was no previous criminal record listed for him. As far as we knew, at no time had he even been held under suspicion in a criminal investigation. The next day, together with Brian and Lopez from Homicide, Ben and I made the rounds of Mr. and Miss Butler's friends, relatives, and neighbors. 4:25 p.m. We got back to the office.
Oh, hi, Lopez.
Now, Ben, Joe, what's doing?
Nothing great. How'd you two make out?
Yeah, it's a funny setup to me. I'd say the guy's a phony. Everybody we talk to, everybody who knows Butler, they all say the same thing.
What's that?
Guy's afraid of his own shadow. He's a milquetoast. Nothing to him. What'd you get?
Oh, about the same. Every housewife around the neighborhood out where they live, they all told us the same thing. The guy's a hen-pecked husband. His wife laid down the laws, and he follows them.
Psycho case, huh? Must be.
Don't know how else to explain it. Every time I asked one of their friends if Butler beat up his wife, they laughed in my face. Said he wouldn't even dare cash his check on payday. Had to bring it home. If anybody got beat up, it must have been him.
Yeah, he sure tells a great story. He could make you believe he was a Bluebeard.
Did you get any different answers at all, Lopez?
Yeah, one maybe. Yeah, let me take a look. Let's see. Yeah, here. Mrs. Irene Brady. She's an aunt of Mrs. Butler.
Uh-huh.
She said the same thing about Butler, about him being a real mouse and all. And she told us about the dizzy things he'd been doing the last couple of years.
Yeah, what was that?
Well, 4 or 5 times she said he just went out looking for trouble, go in a neighborhood bar, insult some big stevedore, he'd get his face pushed in. He always picked big guys. Didn't seem to mind getting beat up as long as he could insult them.
Not much doubt, I guess. The guy's ready for the nut for him.
Well, apparently he's got a big beef with people who push him around. Maybe he figured if he could take care of just one of those people, he could even up the score.
How do you mean, Joe?
Well, Mrs. Butler, the wife, she's probably the one who gave him the worst time. If he's a little bit off mentally, that'd make him capable of murder, wouldn't it?
Could be, yeah. Maybe the wife poured it on real strong, drove him to it.
Crazy as a coot, that guy. Too many movies, mystery books.
Oh, I got him. Homicide, Romero. Oh, yes, ma'am. How's that? Oh, when was that? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, as soon as we can. Bye. That does it.
What's that?
That was his sister-in-law, Ruth Daly. Just told me she's positive Butler murdered his wife.
What makes you think so?
Number one, she says Butler told her so. He admitted it to her last night.
Well, it doesn't hold any more water than the rest of his stories.
I don't know. The Daly girl says she's positive she's got the evidence to prove it.
What's that?
A murder weapon, bloodstains all over it.
4:45 p.m. And I got in the car and drove out to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Butler, where we found the missing woman's sister waiting for us on the front stairs. She told us she'd been doing some kind of checking of her own through the house that afternoon. In going over the attic, she said she'd found a claw hammer hidden under a loose board in the attic floor. She said the hammer was covered with what appeared to be dry blood stains. She took us inside, up the stairs, to the attic.
Careful of the steps, officers. It's an old house getting ready to fall apart.
Yeah. Watch your step here, Joe.
Yeah, I'm all right. Go ahead.
Light's good and bright. That's how I happen to see the loose boards over here.
Did you pick up the hammer, Miss Daly?
No. I started to, but then I remembered about fingerprints and things. Just where I found it. Didn't touch it.
Hey, you want a pencil, Joe? Maybe you can get it in the claw there?
No, I think we can see it right where it is.
Let's see. Could be, huh? Bloodstain?
Well, it sure looks like it. On the handle here, all over the head of the hammer.
I knew it. I knew there was something wrong the day she disappeared.
Hey, look at this, Joe. I just noticed. These stains on the floor. Whole trail of them, see? Lead right for the door.
Yeah, we better get the crime lab on it and have Lee Jones run the benzodine test on him. What time does he usually get home from work, Miss Daly, your brother-in-law?
About 6 o'clock. Don't know about today, though.
How do you mean? Does he work late on Tuesdays?
No, but I wanted to make sure he wouldn't be home when I came over today. I called the print shop where he works. He's not there. Called again this afternoon. Jimmy hasn't been seen since last night.
Is he in the habit of skipping work?
No, he never does. I called every one of his friends I know of. Bernice's friends, too. I called them. The places he hangs around, nobody's seen him. Not since last night, since you talked to him.
And you got no idea where he might be?
No. Just like Bernice. He disappeared.
You're in the statistician's office of a Metropolitan Police Department.
Have you made the run on this one? WMA, 5'7", 160 pounds. Suspect is left-handed, operates on foot.
We punched up the master. The cards are in the machine. We'll make the run now.
Okay, fine.
There are many suspects to choose from. You're looking for one.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the one we want.
When you have a choice to make, you want to be sure. And you can be sure of Fatima quality. That's why we ask you to compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Side by side, Fatimas are the same in length and circumference. 85 millimeters long, 1 1/64 inches around.
And Fatima filters the smoke exactly the same long distance as other king-size cigarettes.
But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Fatima gives you extra mildness, a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Remember, Fatima gives long cigarette smokers all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has. Next time, insist on the best. Buy Fatima. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Tuesday, June 10th, 5:20 p.m. Ben got on the phone and called around town to check further on the whereabouts of James Butler, the husband of the missing woman. No luck. We called the office, and they got out a broadcast and an APB on Butler. We drove downtown to the crime lab, gave him the claw hammer that we'd found in the Butler's attic, and asked him to run a benzidine test on the stains. We'd also made arrangements for Lee Jones to run similar tests on the stains we'd found on the floor of the attic. 3 days passed. Butler was gone. There was no sign of him. The search was intensified. Another 3 days went by. Monday, June 16th, we got an answer on the APB. A phone call from the chief of police in Tulare, California.
Yeah, James Michael Butler, WMA, 33 years, 5'7", 128 pounds. Blonde hair, hazel eyes. Hey, you got a North Hancock Street address down there, that right?
Yeah, that sounds like the man we're looking for.
He's a real weird one, Friday. Caused a little trouble at one of the taverns up here last night. Kept picking fights with the biggest truck drivers he could find. We locked him up after his third fight. He had her jailed in an uproar all night. Wild one.
What'd he do?
All shouting all over the place. Couldn't do anything with him.
Uh-huh.
Keeps telling everybody how smart he is.
Yeah?
Says he killed his wife, but nobody's ever going to find out.
James Butler was returned to Los Angeles, where he underwent further interrogation in addition to a psychiatric test. The test showed that he was definitely abnormal, but he was still judged mentally competent. The crime lab's tests on the bloodstains found on the hammer and on the floor of the attic in the Butler's home revealed that the stains were made by animal blood, not human. We questioned Butler about it, but we failed to get him to even admit he knew anything about the stains. He was released from custody, but he was kept under surveillance. A week passed. 2 weeks. Nothing developed. Still no sign of the missing woman, Bernice Butler. Still no definite sign of foul play in connection with her disappearance. No definite sign that her husband was criminally involved in any way. Considering all the angles of the case, we were still inclined to figure that he fitted in somewhere. He had some direct hand in his wife's disappearance. We stayed on it. Nothing happened. On June 26th, the twin sister of the missing woman, Ruth Daly, met Ben and I at the office and laid out a plan she had in mind. She insisted we try it.
You mean you want to work on his emotional nature and try to get some kind of an admission out of him? Is that the whole idea?
That's it, Sergeant. I know what a nut he is about being dramatic. I know it'll work.
Well, it's possible, yeah. How do you figure to set it up?
It won't be very hard. For one thing, you know my sister Bernice and I look quite a bit alike. People always take us for one another.
Yeah.
You can get Jimmy out of the house at night for some reason or other. I'll slip in and go upstairs and put on one of the dresses Bernice used to wear all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit there in the upstairs bedroom with just the hall light on. Just enough light so he can see me when you bring him upstairs. I'll even bring over Bernice's pet cat she had, Siamese. He always hated the cat.
I don't know, ma'am. I'm not quite sure about it.
Well, it might be worth a chance. It's not too orthodox, but maybe it'll work.
If I know Jimmy, it'll work, Sergeant. If you can just warm him up to it ahead of time before you bring him upstairs. When he sees me sitting in that room with a cat, I know he'll think it's Bernice. We're bound to get some kind of reaction. That's better than we're doing.
Yeah, Ben, what do you think?
Sounds like a movie script. I don't know. It's like she says, I guess. We're bound to get a reaction.
I know it'll work. I'm sure of it.
Joe?
All right, let's give it a try. The following night, a few minutes before 8 o'clock, Ben and I got James Butler away from his house on the pretext of taking him downtown for further interrogation. We delayed long enough to make sure that Ruth Daly, the sister of the missing woman, had plenty of time to get into the house, change her clothes, and take her place in the upstairs room with her sister's pet Siamese cat. Then we started back for the house. We'd made arrangements to have Brian and Lopez from Homicide standing by, concealed in the immediate vicinity of the house in case they were needed. 11:05 p.m. While we drove him back toward his home, Butler was talkative, but not too relaxed. It was the same line we'd heard before, how tough he could be when he wanted to, the same hints that he was an undiscovered killer, one of the more talented professionals in the deadly circles of the underworld.
I came from Illinois originally, Cicero. You guys know how it is back there. You have to stay right up on your toes.
Yeah. How long you been out here now, Butler?
You expect me to tell you that? I'm wise the way you guys work. You're not going to get me on questions like that one.
I understand you do quite a bit of reading, Jim. You come across anything good lately?
Nah, nothing lately. All the good books, they've already been written. Edgar Allan Poe, Stevenson, de Maupassant, Gogol. They know how to tell a good murder story. These new guys are a waste of time. Reading, that's all reading. That's what I like to do. Not that modern junk, only the best. You take some of Poe and Stevenson, for instance. I know those guys.
That's so.
Sure, I know their stuff well enough to tell you. I got whole pages memorized. How'd you like to hear some? Stevenson, maybe.
All right, go ahead.
I have to belie my nature. All men do. All men are better than this disguise that grows about and stifles them. You see, each dragged away by life like one whom bravos have seized and muffled in a cloak. If they had their own control, if you could see their faces, they would be altogether different. They would shine out for heroes and for saints. I am worse than most. Myself is more overlaid. My excuse is known to me and to God. But had I the time, I could disclose myself. That's out of Stevenson, you know. Pretty smart fella, huh?
Yeah, sure is. You got a pretty good memory.
I read those books all the time. Nothing better. Is the house all right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, maybe I'll see you later, huh? Thanks for the ride.
Well, I'll tell you, we'd like to come in the house with you if you don't mind, Butler. One or two things we'd like to check over, if that's all right with you.
It's all right, sure. Guess you ought to know by this time, huh? Nothing I'd hide in that house that you'd ever want to find. Come on, let's go.
Sure dark out, isn't it? A little bit chilly.
Yeah. What do you want to check over in the house?
Always one or two things. Just routine, Jim. We won't keep you long.
Guess I ought to be a little burned at you cops by now, huh? Getting all this rousting. How about laying off pretty soon? Maybe I am getting a little burned. If you can prove something on old Jimmy Butler, prove it. If you can't do it, let him alone.
Mm-hmm. We're just tying up a few loose ends here, Jim. There's nothing to get excited about. What's the matter? Forget your front door key?
I got it. My business, you learn not to forget anything. Can't afford to forget.
Yeah, it's quite a big place you got, Butler. You stay here all by yourself?
That's the way I like it, by myself. If you want to look at anything, you can look now. When you're through, I got some bourbon in the cellar. I keep a big booze cellar, you know. All first-rate stuff. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Jim. Thought I heard a cat someplace, did you?
No cats in this house. What do you mean you heard a cat? I hate the lousy things. I wouldn't have one.
Didn't you tell us once your wife had a cat? I think it was you. You didn't like it much, did you?
Killed the lousy thing. Got an axe and killed it. Dumb wife of mine used to drive me crazy with it. Cat hair all over the place. You know how it is. Got an axe and killed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. I thought I heard it. Guess you got another one, huh, Butler?
We'll get rid of that thing. I'll find him and get rid of him right now. Upstairs.
I suppose the house makes you think of your wife quite a bit, doesn't it, Jim?
What?
Well, I mean, you spent so much time in it together, you and Bernice. It's got quite a few memories for you, I guess, huh?
Find that thing if it takes all night. I'll get the axe and I'll find the thing.
It's up here, all right. Maybe down the hall there.
Bernice's room. She had the cat. What's it doing here? There's no reason for it.
Could have wandered back in.
Can't we get more light in this hallway? I can't see anything. Cat could be anywhere. What's it doing here alone? The cat was always with Bernice, never left her.
Oh, sounds to me like it's just around here, maybe through that door there. You think?
It's Bernice's room. I killed the lousy cat. He couldn't be in there.
Oh, might be it's just a cat out in the street, you know, out in the side alley, maybe, huh?
Mm-hmm. Probably not even in the house. Take a look in the room here. No, it ain't real. She's not there. She's not there.
Don't hurt the cat. Not the poor cat, Jimmy. Don't kill him. Not both of us. Don't kill the cat, please. Don't kill two of us.
You go away. You go away. You're not there. It's a fake. You're not there, Bernice.
Please, Jimmy. Not both of us. Don't kill both of us.
Some kind of a trick. Now, you go away, Bernice. You're dead and I killed you. You're downstairs. You're in the ground. You're deep in the ground. I killed you. You can't be sitting here.
Please, Jimmy. Please.
All right, Butler, come here.
No. Get away. You get away from me. She's downstairs. She's in the ground. I'll show you. You can't trick me. I'll show you.
Grab him, Ben. Grab him. Well, I can't.
Dear God.
Come on, Ben, downstairs.
Yeah. I tried to grab him. Tried to. He broke away. Yeah. Lopez! Lopey!
Here, Joe, here.
Did you see it, Lopey?
Yeah. Good drop from the window. He came fast.
Yeah.
Not too pretty, huh?
Must be something, huh? How about getting a doctor?
Yeah, he lost the doctors when he hit that sidewalk. Only one thing left, I know.
Yeah?
Call a priest.
In his suicide leap from the top story of his house, James Butler died instantly on the pavement below. Afterwards, when the reports were made out and the deputy coroner removed the body, a special detail of men was sent out to help probe the grounds around the Butler home and also the ground directly beneath the house. The search was thorough. The ground was dug up foot by foot. We found nothing. Butler's last admission before his death that he'd killed his wife and buried her in the grounds adjoining the house seemed to be as empty and worthless as some of the other stories that he told us. The painstaking search for the body of James Butler's wife went on. We found nothing. Alive or dead, there was still no trace of her. Butler's friends and relatives held a modest funeral for him, and he was buried in a small cemetery south of the city. In Missing Persons Bureau, there were still no leads on the case of Bernice Butler. It was still open. Summer finally got to an end. The fall season came and went, and then Christmas and the holidays, and then back into January and February. On a rainy morning early in March, almost a year to the very day when the case started, we got a communication from San Francisco. It had come to the notice of the police through the county health department.
In regard to your APB of June so-and-so last year, this is to inform you that Mrs. Bernice Butler has been a patient in the tubercular ward, County Hospital, San Francisco, since June 16th of last year. Apparently, her case was considered critical from the day she was admitted to the hospital. Last Thursday, she succumbed to the illness. Identification was established, next of kin notified, but no one claimed the body. She was buried at county expense. I trust this may aid you in establishing facts pertinent to her disappearance. Well, how about that?
Well, it doesn't figure, does it?
Sooner or later, you get them all. How would you figure out that night we had Butler at the house? I mean, we had his sister-in-law in there, and he thought he saw his wife.
Oh, who knows? Suppose he really had himself talked into it. He thought he committed 100% murder. Yes, he thought about it long enough till he convinced himself. Must have worked out something like that inside his mind.
Mm-hmm. Imagine he lived right through it. Figured he really killed her. When it came for the punishment, he's ready to buy that. There wasn't any way out, so he jumped.
Yeah, mixed up can it get, huh?
That's too bad. All things considered, I guess he loved her quite a bit.
Well, it doesn't seem to matter now what he did. Wasn't much of a chance either way.
How do you mean?
Well, the girl, TB on one side, maybe murder on the other.
Yeah.
Either way, she had to die.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent. On March 9th, the meeting was held in the office of Captain of Homicide, Police Department, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that meeting. And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, we've spent about 2 of the past 30 minutes telling you why so many smokers coast to coast have switched to king-size Fatima. And they really have. Just listen to some of these brand new sales figures. I'll give you a few of them state by state, alphabetically, just as they're listed here. Fatima sales up 92%, up 72%, up 107%, up 192%, up 69%. And so it goes, up and up. Thousands and thousands of king-size cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima, and there's a reason. Fatimas cost no more than the cigarettes you're now smoking. They filter the smoke exactly the same long distance as other king-size cigarettes. Yet there's a big difference. Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has. Buy them tomorrow in the golden yellow package. Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes.
After locating Mrs. Bernice Butler in the tubercular ward in San Francisco County Hospital, final disposition was made of her case. Her late husband, James Butler, was cleared of any connection with her disappearance. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima, best of all, king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Calling all cars, a populated program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 101 regarding a murder at 11th and Maple. That's all. Rolls and quits.
Every police car that speeds past you with sirens squeaking is a dramatic advertisement for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. So is every police ambulance speeding on its errand of murder. Every fire engine that roars past. Every police motorcycle that patrols the road. There are thousands of such emergency cars in the territory where Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold, and more of them use Rio Grande crack than any other gasoline. What greater proof can you ask that this gasoline excels all others? The gasoline selected for emergency cars operated by the cities of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, and others, and by the county of San Diego, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many others, is chosen in competitive tests. Rio Grande has won these tests because it is the only gasoline available in the far west that is made by the patented Sinclair cracking process, the most advanced refining method known to the petroleum industry. In Rio Grande's new cracking plant, the finest in America, your gasoline goes through a costly extra process that changes all the weak, slow-burning, lazy units into rich, vital elements. And when you buy Rio Grande cracked gasoline from your neighborhood independent dealer, you get the same gasoline that is used by more emergency engines than any other brand. And in addition, Rio Grande offers free gifts to every boy and girl. Drive in tonight, or tomorrow sure, wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. Ask for your free copy of the Calling All Car Deal, and read how your youngsters may have a complete junior detective outfit free of charge. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. As you sit quietly back in your chair, listening to this broadcast, perhaps you will believe it is incredible that several persons can conspire together to commit crime which may result, and in this case did result, in cold-blooded murder. Few citizens realize that walking abroad in our community are vicious individuals whose criminal tendencies are so great that they can conspire together in a single act of violence. But this story we bring you tonight is one which proves conclusively that definite criminal types are dangerous and altogether unfit to associate with civilized society as we know it. I wish to call particular attention to those listening in tonight to the splendid work done by the police officers in ringing from the group of conspirators and would-be murderers whose story this is, the truth concerning one of the most barbarous killings in police annals. This splendid piece of detective work was done without resorting to the antiquated so-called third degree. The psychology used by the police officers in this story to break down the resistance of these clever criminals is particularly noteworthy. Now for the story.
Morning, Mrs. McManus. Nice morning, ain't it? Sure, and it is that, Mrs. Mudge. And what brings you out so early? Anything to buy the food in the house, and the kids is hungry. I gotta go down to the relief headquarters and see if I can get them something to eat. Oh, and it's a fine state the world's in when gentlefolk like us have to be begging the government itself for a crust of bread. Well, I don't know what the world's coming to. I was just saying to Mrs. Watson the other day. Oh, Mrs. Watson, you were speaking. Then maybe you can tell me where our fine landlady has been taking herself. And me with the plumbing in my face gone bad and not able to find hide nor hair of her these 3 days. No, that's strange. I haven't seen her for several days myself. I'm just on my way to her apartment to find out why I can't get me some service in this place. Will you come along? Very well. I want to speak to her myself. You don't suppose she's runned off and got herself married to that Mr. Redding from across the street, do you? Oh, no. She's too old and settled for that. When a woman's past 60, she isn't thinking about flighty things. Maybe not. Of course, I ain't past 60. I ain't well into my 40s yet. But that Mr. Redding don't look so bad to me. He'd be a fine husband for a widow woman who understood him and could do for him like I could, if you get what I mean. Mrs. McManus, you surprise me. Well, I'm only human after all. And I never could understand what Mr. Redding sees in that old Mrs. Watson. You hear you? Not her, she won't. She's as deaf as the devil himself is wicked. Knock on the door, Mrs. Mudge. Not loud enough to raise the dead. Surely she ought to hear that. She ought if she wants to. Hey, do you suppose she... Of course not. I'm going to peek through the keyhole. Oh, I wouldn't do that, Mrs. McManus. It ain't polite. No, what of it? My plumbing needs fixing, and I'm going to tell her about it no matter how I do it. Just nail down here. Oh. Jones is plaguing me again. Do you see anything? Mrs. Mudge. Mrs. Mudge? Yes, what is it? The room's a wreck. If the devil himself has been up to trick him, let's go in and see what's the matter. Not me. Not me. That's the Lord for the police.
What's the trouble, Philip? Oh, it's Billy Penneface. Didn't take you long to get here. I guess we got the call as quickly as you did. What does it look like? Murder. As you see, the old lady was beaten with a blunt instrument, bound and gagged and rolled in a blanket. Well, clear out these people, Philip. Clear out now. I want to go over the place. Yes, sir. All right, folks. You all have to get outside. Philip. Yes, sir. Send Harold to band the fingerprint man and tell the coroner to come out for the body. Right away, sir. All right, folks. Everyone outside. Nice job, huh? Right. Obviously, the motive was robbery. The way this place has been torn apart. The guy who did this was hunting for something in particular. Hey, look here. What? There's a nice fingerprint on the bedspread. Well, Henry Hildebrand will take care of that when he gets here. And now we better round up these neighbors and find out what they know about the victim.
Well, as far as I knew, Mrs. Watson had a little money, and she always wore a big diamond ring. I warned her not to do that. I heard a woman scream around 8 o'clock on the night of the 27th.
When we arrived, Lieutenant, the door was bolted from the inside. The rear door had been locked by a spring lock. Looks like the murderer escaped the back way.
Well, I saw a man coming out of the rear of Mrs. Watson's house at about 8:15 on the night of the 27th. I didn't get a very good look at him. Well, if you're after me, I say, talk to that boyfriend of hers, old Mr. Redding. He probably killed her for her money and her ring.
Well, she would come in and talk to us, and I hope she could help to solve Mrs. Watson's murder, Mr. Redding. I would love to help in any way I can. Thank you. How long have you known Mrs. Watson, Mr. Redding? Well, several years. Oh, well, we were good friends. When did you see her last? I haven't seen her for a week. The only idea who killed her. No. Did you kill her? No. Did you have any enemies? No, not that I know of. Let's go in the front. Here's that fingerprint report. Thanks, Hildebrand. Oh, the According to this report, the fingerprints we took when we brought you in tally with the prints found in Mrs. Watson's bed. How about that, Mr. Eddie? It can't be so. I've never been near Mrs. Watson's bed. I haven't even seen her for a week, I tell you. Well, that's very bad, Mr. Eddie. Why don't you tell us the truth and ease your conscience? I haven't anything else to tell. I've told you the truth. I understand it, Mr. Eddie. How did that happen? Why, I cut up repairing some plumbing at my house. Cut up repairing some plumbing, huh? So you didn't hurt it while you were beating out Mrs. Watson's brains? No, I tell you, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything. Well, that's a loss you deserve of that. Why, what are you going to do to me? They're going to hold me in technical custody until you accept your story. First, and Gerhardt stepped back on Redding's story, found that he was telling the truth, that he had indeed cut his hand while repairing the plumbing, and soon bring him once more to their office. Well, Mr. Redding, you stepped back on your story and you found that you told us the truth about your hand. Why, of course, I'm innocent. I've done no wrong. However, that doesn't explain about your fingerprint on Mrs. Watson's bedstead. Well, I was frightened when you first questioned me. I should have admitted that I had been in Mrs. Watson's room. I took her a book about a couple of days before she died. I may have touched the book, but have told us that in the first place. Yes, but you see... All right, Mr. Redding, we're convinced you had nothing to do with her murder. And I'm free to go. Yes, you can go now. Well, goodbye, Mr. Redding. Goodbye. Good day. Well, that was our only clue I could go on. You looked for a while. Well, you see where I'm down. But he isn't in the north. That guy's on the left. Right. Perhaps you can tell me what you do now. All right. What would you suggest? Pass the buck to me. What would you suggest? Well, we got a murder and not a single suspect we haven't eliminated. Well, sometimes it's smart to be Mr. McCall. Huh? What do you mean? Let's just wait for something to turn up. For the next several days, Hope and Gerhardt concerned themselves with the routine details of the case, checking the stories of friends of the victim, going over their data for some little fact that may prove to be an important clue, actually getting nowhere. And then, from a quite unexpected source, a great comes that opens the case wide. Homicide, who's speaking?
Deputy Sheriff Valenzuela.
Yeah?
You're working on that Amanda Watson murder?
Right.
And I just ran into something that might have a bearing on that case.
What is it?
A peasant that comes around our house told my wife that he knew a man who'd been opening some stores, rob an old lady.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, of course, it may not have anything to do with your case, but I thought you might want to know.
You damn right you do. I'll get on that right away. Running down Deputy Sheriff Allensworth's trip, the detectives interview Mrs. Allensworth. Interview is immense to the peddler, and finally through him contact an old and at the moment very drunken gentleman.
It is intelligent, gentlemen. And what can I do for you?
We'd like to have a talk with you if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. Will you be coming in and take a seat?
Thanks.
Now, what is it, gentlemen?
My name's Harris.
Mr. Luke.
This is Lieutenant Gerhardt from the police department.
Oh, police. I'm sure it's no time to have a taste of liquor in the house, is it?
We're not interested in that, Mr. I don't think that's happening.
McNulty. McNulty. And what is it you want to be talking to me about?
I want your help, Mr. McNulty.
Help is it? And how can a poor innocent law-abiding citizen be helping the police?
According to information we've received, you were offered some money to help rob an old woman.
I never heard of such a thing. I never...
All right, McNulty. Now calm down.
Would you like a little drop of whiskey, gentlemen?
No, thanks.
You won't be minding me. I've we did you. You jolted me, sir, when you made that last remark.
Oh, go right ahead.
Yeah. Well, now let's better.
How about it, McNulty?
How about what?
This job you offered.
Well, I don't know nothing. I never heard of it. By the holy things, I swear it.
Sounds to me as if you're trying to hide something.
Hide something, is it? The conscience is as clear as a newborn babe that then gets them swaddled in the clothes of defeat.
I know that you offered a job to help rob an old woman. If you continue to deny it, we may be forced to arrest you on suspicion of murder.
Murder? Did you kill the poor old lady? I'll make you on the soul.
Oh, you did know about it.
I know nothing. It's just sorry I am that the poor old lady may possess at the hands of robbers. They'll be in the devil's own pardon.
According to Izzy Minsky, you know a great deal about it.
Izzy Minsky. Him as I have treated like a friend, like a brother even. So he's going about the town breathing scandal about me.
You want to talk?
I'm talking, I tell you. I'm you know the truth, I know.
Well, Harry, I guess we'll have to run him in.
Yeah, I guess so. You want to use your handcuffs or shall I use mine?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Wait a minute, gentlemen, and not what you say. You wouldn't want to be arresting an innocent man.
Of course not. But how do we know that you are innocent? That's to me as though you're trying to cover something up.
No, but I do think I am after forgetting something that happened a month or so past.
What was it?
Yes, I remember now. The thing that the fella did talk to me about robbing some poor old lady. But I didn't have nothing to do with it. I told him I was a respectable, self-respecting, responsible citizen. And
who was this man?
Well, now, let me think. Seems like his name was Eddie Black.
Eddie Black?
Yeah.
Where does he live?
Yeah, I believe it's somewhere around Pico and San Pedro. But I ain't sure. I never had nothing to do with him. I sent him and his illicit propositions packing. I fed him like the black one I did. Sure, and why should a self-respecting, respectable, self-respecting taxpayer and citizen like me have any truck with a black-hearted devil like the one he's himself? The devil take your life.
So, good evening, please. Honorable gentlemen looking for register in number 1 Japanese hotel?
No, they're looking for someone.
Oh, who are you looking for, please?
A fellow by the name of Eddie Black who lives here.
Oh, yes. Eddie Black. I yes. Eddie Black. I yes. Eddie Black. I yes. Eddie Black. I think...
What room is he in?
Oh, I think...
What room is he in?
Oh, Eddie Black is not in now. But he's coming. Oh, look. There are Eddie Black making entry from doorway right now.
Yeah? Just a minute, Mr. Black. Yeah, what is it? I want to have a little talk with you. About what? A murder. At the police headquarters. A murder? Well, I don't know nothing about no murder. Well, that's just fine. And you won't mind coming along with us. We want you to meet a friend of ours. Yeah, well, I'm clean. I don't know nothing. Well, we're glad to hear that. Come along. Car's waiting outside. Come on, get out. Hey, what's the idea? Where are you taking me? You'll see soon enough. I'm taking you to visit an old friend of yours. Yeah, well, I don't know anybody out in this end of town. Well, we'll see about that.
You gentlemen very long, and I see you got your man. Hello, Eddie, and how are you tonight?
Who is this drunken old fool?
Come on. No, sit down.
Is the man, is it, Miss Melvin?
Sure, and it is, and the devil take the black heart of him.
What kind of a frame up is it? Shut up and listen. Go ahead, Jim, and tell Black here what you told us an hour ago.
Oh, now, got you. And listen to me, Eddie, my bucko. If you deny a word of what I say, then you're a dog.
Look here, you can't talk, Black. All right, then.
Well, this be which one? This excuse of a man sitting there met me on the street about a month ago. He says to me, Tim, my boy, says he, how would you like to make a little change? And I says to him, says I, Eddie, I need a little change pretty bad. And he says, all right, my lad, you're on. Wait a minute, Eddie, says I, what do I have to do for the money? He like he looks at me and he says, just help me rob an old lady that's I pulled myself up. I fled from him like he was all the powers of darkness. Seeing as how I'm a respectable, self-respecting, respectable citizen and taxpayer. And I'll swear to it on the holy book. You know, only I sold me Bible to get some money for the medicine to keep out the cold.
Well, Black, how about it?
Oh, he's drunk. Drunk? I'll be a subject in every bone in the body. You talk to me like that.
Drunk or not, he'll tell the same story on the witness stand.
And that I will.
How about it, Black? Did you murder Mrs. Watson? No. I swear I didn't. Who did? What McNulty just said is the truth, isn't it? Okay, it's the truth. I'm in his room, I guess. But if you get me out of this spot, I'll show you the guy that bumped her off. Come on, let's go.
Drunk, Eddie. A mere respectable, self-respecting.
That's the rooming house he lives in right there at the corner. What's his name? Well, I don't want to tell you that, but I know what room he's in. All right, what room is it? Number 15. That's fine. Let's get Black into headquarters there. Okay. Hey, what's the idea? You can't hold me. No. Well, they're holding you as a material witness until we check your story. Well, Lloyd, how do I look in these old clothes? I'm as filthy as I look in this. I always wish there was some sort of disguises like this. You know, sometimes you better stick in this neighborhood. Everybody for blocks would know where it's just. Well, here we are at the rooming house Blake pointed out.
Let's talk to the landlady. Okay. There's a room there to the left.
Yeah?
One in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll have to pay in advance.
Okay, we will.
Well, it looks to me like you had 10 cents between them.
No, we have. See this bed?
The police.
Right. We want your assistance.
Well, now, look here. I don't want no trouble here. This is a respectable place, and I don't want it getting a bad name.
All right, now, quiet down. You're smart, nobody know we're here. You make a fuss, and we have to raid the place to get our men.
Oh, heavens, no. Not a raid.
Very well, then, be quiet, and we'll cause you no trouble.
Oh, what do you want?
You want the name of the man in room 15.
Mr. Jefferson has that room.
Is he in now?
No, he went out half an hour ago.
When do you expect you'll be back?
Well, it's hard to tell. Sometimes he's away for a couple of days, and sometimes for just a few minutes.
Have you got any rooms vacant next to him?
No, but there's an empty room across the hall.
We'll take it.
But I don't want no trouble.
As long as you don't do any trouble. Just you keep your mouth shut. The only way there'll be any trouble is if you tip them off that we're here.
For 24 long hours, the two detectives sit in the little room, smoking endless cigarettes, taking turns, watching through the keyhole for anyone entering Jefferson's room across the hall. No one comes that afternoon, that night, nor the next morning, but finally at noon on the second day. Come on. Yeah, probably that old chicken down the hall. He's walking around all night. Come on, let's take him. Pick him up, Jefferson. What is it? Up high. Fishing, Harry.
Say, who are you guys? What is it, a heist?
No, an arrest. We're police officers.
An arrest? What for? I ain't done nothing. What's the big idea?
There's a friend of yours down at headquarters that wants to see you. Come on. I don't think I need to introduce you two. You haven't made a mistake. This is your old friend Jefferson, isn't it, Black? Yeah, that's the guy.
What is this, a frame-up? I never saw this mug in my life before.
Oh, sit down, Black. Tell Mr. Jefferson here what you told me up in the cell. Well, there was four of us in the deal. Jefferson here, me, Bud Sampson, and Betty Martin. He was planning to rob an old woman who lived next door to Betty's room, and I joined over on Maple Street. I found Betty said she had $5 grand hidden in her trunk. He was going to use tire practice on our fingers to hard print. We had a crash, and he didn't really touch it. Betty Martin?
Yeah, what of it?
You're under arrest.
What for?
Suspicion of murder. Come right in, Sampson. What's the big idea? You got no right in my room. At the police headquarters. You come along quietly, or do I have to use force? First, loses no time in hurting the suspect into the office of the superior Captain Bert Wallace of the homicide squad. Captain Wallace, this is Eddie Black, Bud Sampson, Greg Jefferson, and Betty Martin. How are you? Sit down, folks. Now, I suppose you'd like to know why you're all here.
You're darn certain we would.
Yeah. There's a law against false arrest, you know.
Yes, I've heard of that law. That's the reason we never make an arrest until we are reasonably sure the suspect's guilt.
Well, you're way out of line this time.
I don't think so.
Well, come on. Spill it, Cap. What's it all about?
A little over a week ago, an old lady by the name of Amanda Watson was murdered during a robbery. There are some strong reasons to believe that one of the people in this room committed that murder. How about it? Okay. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'll start talking. That's fine. You don't mind if we take down your statement in shorthand, do you? All the good it would do me if I did. Perhaps you're right. You ready to take the statement, sir? Yes, sir. All right, Johnson. Start talking. Well, I was working on a construction job out in Hollywood a couple of months ago, and I met Black there. He was working the same job, and today we went back to town a couple of times, and then one day when we was talking about how tough things was and how hard it is to get a job to live on relief, he said he knew where there was some ready cash. Mm-hmm. He told me that he knew a woman who knew about an old lady that kept $5 grand and a lot of jewelry in her trunk in her room. It sounded pretty good to me, so Black took me around to meet this dame. Who was this woman? Betty Martin, yeah.
You rat, you double
Betty, don't be that way. This is the best way out. I didn't bump the old woman, and you didn't either.
I don't like informers.
Well, Sampson, what else? Well, this old lady lived next to Betty's apartment. We met in there and talked about it and decided we'd need a screwdriver to force open the trunk and things, and we'd need some strong wire to tie up Miss Watson. We never meant to bump her off. That's you did. No, sir, I didn't. Well, we finally decided that maybe there wasn't any dough in the room because we'd been watching through the keyhole. At least I decided it was a bum steer, and I pulled out of the whole thing. That's all I got to say. How about that, Black? Is Sampson telling the truth? Yeah,
What have you got to add? Well, not much. After I talked to Sampson about the job, I ran into Jefferson here in the street. Sit down, Jefferson. Go ahead, Doc. Well, we'd known each other in Oklahoma, and when Jefferson told me he was out of work, I figured seeing he was an old friend that cut him in on a good thing. He went along with me to Betty's room, and he was pleasant when we talked over plans. Jefferson got the tire tool and the patches for our fingers. And we started to argue about whether Mrs. Watson really did have any money. I was sick in bed with the flu, and the next thing I knew, I read in the papers of the old dame had been bumped. I didn't do it. I was never nearer than Betty Martin's apartment. How about it, Miss Martin? What have you got to add?
Just this. I say it's a lie, a deliberate frame-up by a couple of double-crossing rats that ain't took a skin on. And let's make it...
For 2 days, the questioning goes on. Relentlessly, the officers seek to break down the stories, the admissions and denials of the suspects. Toward the end of the second day of questioning. I'm getting a little tired of this merry-go-round.
So are we. Why don't you let us go? We ain't guilty.
You know, boys, I think Jefferson's right. We're holding these people for no purpose. Certainly, I am convinced that Jefferson's innocent. Jefferson's innocent.
Maybe you're right at that, Cap.
And Jefferson, I want to apologize to you for keeping you here these 2 days.
Oh, that's all right, Captain Wallace.
We have to do these things sometimes to assure ourselves of the innocence of a suspect.
Sure, I understand.
Will you shake on it?
Sure.
Put her there. What's the matter?
You hurt my hand.
That's just what I meant to do. Now sit down there, Jefferson, and start coming clean. For 2 days, you've been sitting here scratching your right cheek until you've scratched all the skin away. You're nervous, Jefferson. You're holding something back. And something else which has escaped the notice of the rest of my fellow officers here is that right hand of yours. It's still swollen. How did you hurt your hand, Jefferson?
Why...
Now, don't tell us you were fixing the plumbing. We've already eliminated one suspect on that story. Come clean, Jefferson. Sampson, Black, and Miss Martin have convinced me that they are innocent of the actual murder. And you have convinced me by your nervousness that you have guilty knowledge of it. Jefferson, you killed Mrs. Watson. Isn't that the truth?
Okay, you got me. I did it.
Start talking.
I got tired of them sitting around doing nothing, so that day I got crossed on a pint of cheap gin, and I took the tire tool and went over to Mrs. Watson. When she came to the door, I banged her over the head, and then I tied her up and threw her on the bed, and then I took the joint like Grant took Richmond.
Did you find anything?
No, not a dime.
I'm hardly believe, does it, Jefferson?
There's just one thing I want you both to know. I never meant to kill her. I just wanted to put her to sleep so I could get the $5,000 the Martin Dame kid was here. I didn't mean to kill her. I swear I didn't. I just kept her easy.
You just don't know your own strength, do you, Jefferson?
Jefferson, Black, and Miss Martin were booked for murder. Sampson was held as a material witness, and complaints were issued by Deputy District Attorney Vern Ferguson on 1 count of murder, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit robbery, and 3 counts of attempted robbery. But 4 days before the case came to trial, Judge Reuben Smith released Black and Miss Martin, declaring that the evidence of their guilt was insufficient. Jefferson went on trial on an insanity charge, was found sane, and was sent to San Quentin Penitentiary for life.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Someday you may need help from the police. Someday you may need an ambulance, quick. Every second counts when you need help. So police take no chances with gasoline refined by ordinary methods. Gasoline which may sputter and balk and stall at a sudden demand for speed. To ensure that every police car can jump from a crawl to top speed in emergencies, the largest cities and counties in California and Arizona specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline to power all emergency motors. It costs no more to get tetraethyl-treated gasoline refined by this extra cracking process. And with cracked gasoline in your car, you can get police car performance too. And as an extra inducement to try the super-refined gasoline, every independent dealer handling Rio Grande cracked gasoline is offering free, valuable gifts to boys and girls. Drive in. Get police car performance for your car with Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. The cancellation broadcast 101 regarding a murder. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all. Rolls and tape.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
A fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The rich grazing land of Texas made the fortunes of many early settlers, but the ranchers were unable to protect their herds from the outlaws and rustlers who roamed the new territory. It was the masked rider of the plains who first brought law and order to the frontier. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the range country, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Harold Newton is heading for Rushville. It's going to be trouble. Harold Silver! It was on a Saturday evening that Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, was sitting on the steps of the cafe in Rushville. He paid no attention to the shouts and laughter inside, but directed his gaze toward the edge of town. Finally, the sound of hoofbeats reached his ears, and Tonto's wait was ended. Mel Nugent, just released from jail, spurred his horse up the narrow street and pulled up in front of the cafe.
waited 2 years to fix that fella for what he done to me. I'm gonna fix him good. Blanche, just stand still while I'm tying to the hitch rail, can't you? Now, if old Dan Adams is inside like I heard, he's gonna get what he's got coming to him. Hey, Redskin. What matter? I'll show you what's the matter. Get my way, will you?
Tonto, not in your way.
Don't give me any of your sass.
There's plenty room for you walk by.
Well, I don't choose to walk over there. I'm walking where you're setting. If you don't hanker after trouble, you get out of my way.
Tonto, stay here.
Why, I'll show you.
You'll not show me.
Let go of my arm.
What
Let me
do
go.
you think now, huh?
Let me go.
You walk 'em where there's room?
Sure I will. I was just joking. Oh, my arm is most twisted off. I ain't got time to take care of you now, Injun. But I won't be forgetting this.
You not want trouble. You stay away, Tonto.
Hey, there's Mel Nugent. He must have just got out of jail. Looks like he's hankering after trouble.
Maybe he's after Dan Adams.
Dan Adams in here?
Here I am. You looking for me, Nugent?
I am. And I reckon you savvy why.
I can guess, all right.
It was your fault I was sent to jail. It was you got me locked up for 2 years.
I did, and I'd do it again.
Why, you
was rustling my cows, and I caught you at it. If you come back to town to be law-abiding, all well and good. But if you turn crooked again, you'll be sent back to jail pronto.
You won't jail me again.
Not if you stay on it.
That's got nothing to do with it. You won't jail me again because you ain't gonna live to have the chance.
You've come gunning for me, eh?
I've been thinking of this day for 2 years. I've been planning on it when I was awake, dreaming about it when I was sleeping. I ain't thought of nothing else day in and day out. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to give me more downright pleasure to fill you full of lead than anything I ever done before.
You're welcome to try.
Then fill your hands.
Why, blast child.
You won't
Hold it, you fellas. I got you both covered.
Stay out of this, Sheriff.
What are you interfering for?
There's not going to be any gunfighting in my town.
But I tell you...
Injun told me he was looking for trouble, Mel. And I've been expecting you to try something like this when you got back to town again.
That blasted Redskin.
Well, maybe you're right, Sheriff. It wasn't me that started this fight anyhow.
I savvy that, Dan.
But I never backed up when one was offered me, and I don't aim to start backing up now.
You don't have to. I'm chasing Mel out of town.
You're what?
You heard me. Beat it.
You ain't got no right to do that. I served my sentence. The law ain't got no hold on me.
Look here, Mel. You've got a little place up the valley a ways. Go on home till you've cooled off. Then when you want to come to town peaceable, it'll be all right. But until you do, stay away.
I'm going. But you and me ain't through, Dan.
I figured as much. And I'll be watching out for you.
No right in the place at all.
Don't see the Redskin about. Why in blazes couldn't he have minded his own business?
Nugent.
Huh? Who called my name?
Step over here. I got something I want to say to you.
Yeah? I ain't never seen you before, have I?
Don't reckon you have.
What do you want?
Anybody around can hear us?
Don't see nobody.
I'm Jake Dietz, foreman out to Dan Adams' place.
So that's it. You're one of his men, are you? Well, I'll
now,
show you.
Hold on. Don't get all head up.
I'll get even with your boss, and you can't stop me.
I don't aim to.
Huh?
Maybe you and me can get together.
Meaning?
Meaning that I got some scores I want to settle, too.
Yeah?
You recollect old Dan's girl?
Sure. She got hitched up to a fella named Clayt Summers, didn't she?
That's just what she did. She'd have married me if Dan hadn't butted in.
So that's it, huh?
Between Dan and Clayt, the whole thing was spoiled. If it hadn't been for them, I'd be sitting pretty with a pa-in-law that owns half of the beef critters in the valley.
You got something in mind?
Look here. Dan used the law to fix you, didn't he?
It was him and the law sent me to jail.
And how'd you like to use the law to get even with him?
Say, you're getting real interested.
When I heard the ruckus inside, I started thinking.
Yeah?
And I'll bet my boots I got a scheme that'll fix Dan for you, get rid of Clayt for me, and give me a chance to court the girl again.
I'm willing to listen.
Get on your horse. You don't want to do too much talking in town.
Right. My horse is this one here.
Steady, boy. Come on.
You lead the way.
Well, I got a notion you and me between us are going to just about have things our own way. Get up.
Get along. Get up.
Tonto returned to the camp he shared with the Lone Ranger and told him what had happened in town. The masked man suggested a plan, and the next day the Indian prepared to carry it out. First, he rode to the Adams ranch house.
Oh, paint horse.
What do you want, Redskin?
Tonto wants job.
Yeah? What kind of job?
You need cook?
Can you cook?
Me heap good cook.
How'd you find out it was a cook I was needing?
Tonto here.
Redskin, I ain't had a decent meal since that girl of mine got hitched up to Clayt Summers. And if you can throw grub together so it's fit to be swallowed, you're hired.
That's good.
Say, where'd a redskin like you get a horse like that on?
Oh, that paint horse. Him, mine.
Wouldn't hanker to sell, would you?
Oh, me not sell.
Didn't figure you would. If you'd been willing, I wouldn't have thought so much of you. A man with a private horse like that got something that can't be reckoned in cash.
Not right.
Well, there's the cook shack over there. You'll find something you'll need in it, I guess. It'll be time for grub in a couple of hours, so you'd better start hustling.
Me start.
And if you're not ready on time...
Hey, boss.
What's ailing you, Jake?
Boss, there's been rustlers here last night.
What's that?
I just made a count of the cows we cut out and threw in the corrals till it was ready for shipping.
Why, they're still there, ain't they? I can see them.
There's a third of them gone.
You sure of that?
Just step over there and see for yourself if you won't take my word for it.
That's just what I'll do. Come on.
Tonto, look too.
What are you tagging along for, Injun?
Maybe rustler leave trail.
Well, if they did, a redskin ought to be able to find it all right.
The redskin ain't needed. I already picked up the trail of them varmints.
You did?
It was my job, wasn't it?
Good for you, Jake.
Yeah. Have a look for yourself. Don't need a count to show there's some missing.
You're right, Jake.
Where you find trail?
Just over yonder. The clients that stole the stuff opened the corral gate sometime during the night. Heard the cows out and headed east.
East?
That's right.
Me see track there.
Yep, and so do I. Reckon whoever was here forgot about the rains we had softening up the ground. Why, that trail's easier to read than a book.
What are you going to do, boss?
Do? I'm going to get my horse.
Yeah?
Call in the rest of the boys. We're going to follow them tracks. And if it takes us to the low-down sneaking polecats that stole my stuff, the fur's going to fly.
Those of Dan's men within call were ordered to saddle their horses and follow the trail left by the cattle. Dan and Jake took the lead. They headed eastward. And less than a half an hour later, Dan announced,
By thunder, the tracks are leading right to Clayt's place.
They are, sure enough.
I can't figure it out.
Lane ain't any too well off, is he?
But he ain't no thief.
That's what folks around here said about Mel Nugent till he was caught.
Yeah, but
I've been hearing some talk about Clayt of late.
Well, what kind of talk?
Well, he's been heard to say he figured you ought to help him stock his range. You being his wife's pa.
I never did believe in that sort of thing. A young fellow should learn to stand on his own feet.
I only told you what I heard. Besides, I just remembered he's been rounding up a trail herd. Maybe he calculated to get the critters he stole away before you done anything about it.
Hey, look up that coulee.
There's the cows.
And they're my critters. I can read the brands from here.
You gonna stop and have a look at them?
I don't need to. I've seen enough.
Yeah?
Clayt's house is just over this rise. I'm going to ask him some questions.
I'd do that same if I were you.
Now get up there.
Get up.
Go
Get
on.
up.
Get up.
Get up.
I can hardly believe Clayt turned wrestler. But I'm sure going to find out.
Yeah.
But maybe he can explain it some way.
There's the house. Get along there.
Get along there. Get out. I don't see Clayton nowhere around.
He's most likely in the house.
Whoa there. Whoa. You come along, Jake. The rest of you fellows wait here.
Clayton's in the house, all right. That's his saddle on the porch.
Come on. I'll find out what's behind this.
Why, Dan, I wasn't looking for you over this way. Step on in.
I'll do my talking right here.
But why don't you come on
What
in?
do you know about them critters of mine that are in the coulee just over that hill?
Huh?
Oh, what's the trouble?
I'll tell you the trouble. There was close to 20 of my cows rustled last night, and I trailed them right onto Clate's range.
No.
But that can't be. Most likely they just strayed.
Out of my corrals.
You ain't saying I took them, are you?
I don't know what to think. All I know is they were stolen, and I found them over here.
Oh, you're loco if you think Kate took him.
I always thought you were straight, Clate.
You know darn well I am.
If there's anybody else but you, I found this evidence again, I'd shoot it out first and ask questions afterward.
Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
Like blazes, I don't.
I tell you, I didn't steal them cows.
Maybe you did, maybe you didn't.
Yeah?
And this time, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I don't need the benefit of nothing.
But if I ever find any of my critters on your range again that can't be proved to be strays, I'm riding back with my gun loose in its holster.
If you're fool enough to think I'm crooked, you can do what you like.
Oh, Clate, we don't want no trouble.
Well, I just got this to say. If I'm to be pestered by rustlers, there's going to be more trouble hereabouts than this range has ever seen afore.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Mel Nugent returned to town after 2 years spent in jail for rustling Dan Adams' cattle, he challenged Dan to a gunfight in the cafe. But the fight was prevented by the sheriff. Jake Dietz, who was Dan's foreman, had a grudge against Dan and also against his son-in-law, Clate Summers. It was he that suggested to Mel that they work together for revenge. Tonto reported Nugent's arrival to the Lone Ranger, who suggested that Tonto keep an eye on the Adams ranch. Just as Tonto was applying for a job as a cook on the ranch, Jake arrived with the news that some of Dan's cows had been stolen from the corrals. They were trailed to Clate's range, where Dan warned his son-in-law that if there were any more rustling, he would take the law in his own hands. As our second act opens, we see Jake, astride his horse, some distance from the Adams ranch house. It is nearly midnight. Only the occasional stir of restless cattle breaks the night silence. Suddenly, Jake turns in his saddle at the sound of approaching hoofs.
That you, Mel?
Yeah.
I've been waiting for you.
It's a long ride here from my place. These the cows we're going to take this time?
Uh-huh.
Where we're going to plant them? It'll look funny if we leave them in that coulee again.
I thought of something better.
Yeah?
I reckon you know Clate's got a trail herd gathered to take across the hills to the railroad.
I know about that.
Well, these cows are going with it.
Huh?
That'll make it look all the better. When Dan finds his cows with the trail herd, he'll figure Clate was getting them out of the country in a hurry before they could be found.
That's a blame good notion.
Come on, let's get these cows moving. We ain't got any more time than we need.
Yeah. Get up there. Get up.
Come on, you critters. Get moving there. Come on there. Get up. Get up there. Get up. Where we want him. Get up there.
Come on, boy.
Dan always rides this way in the morning. He'll find these cows going first thing.
Good enough. How are we going to get these critters into Clate's herd? It'll be guarded, won't it?
Now, to speak of it won't. There won't be more than 2 fellas riding night herd. And we'll stop before they can hear us. When we let the cows go, they'll drift into the herd without no prodding.
I reckon they will. There, keep moving, blast you.
And this time, when Dan finds Clate's got his cows, there's going to be gunplay.
There'd better be.
I'll see to that. It wouldn't matter much, even if there weren't.
And why wouldn't it?
There'll be a plenty witnesses to their quarreling, won't there? And if Clate should be found later on with a bullet through him, who do you think he'd be blamed for it?
I get you.
Come on, you critters. Step along there. Clate'd be out of the way, and Dan'd be hung for it. And we'd be sitting pretty.
All I want is to see Dan Dunford.
What I want is a chance to court Dan's girl. If I can get hitched up to her, I'll own both herds, Dan's and Clate's.
When we're through here, I'm heading back to my place.
Yeah.
I don't want to be seen around. You can let me know how things come out.
I'll do that.
Come on, let's haze these critters along. I'm anxious for this job to be done with.
Come on there! Get on!
It was early in the morning when Dan Adams made the discovery that more of his cows were missing. As soon as he made sure that the trail of the stolen cattle headed east again, he turned his horse and raced back to the ranch.
Tex, Sandy, Pete, hey, fellas! Hold that boy. Whoa.
Boss, something wrong again?
What do you want? Get your horses. We're riding.
What's up, boss?
There's more cows been stolen. And the tracks head for Clate's ranch again.
And he's starting a trail herd this morning.
Blast him.
Maybe your critters are with his herd.
We'll soon find out. You ready, fellas? Then let's go. If Clate figures he can steal me blind just because he married my girl, he's going to find out different. Get up, there. Get up. Get up. Go on.
In the meantime, Clate Summers was just finishing breakfast at his home. We hear him as he speaks to his wife.
That was mighty good grub, honey. Well, now I reckon I'd better be pushing along.
Have to leave already, Clint?
Shucks, I got to do my share of the work. The boys got the herd started an hour ago. I told them I'd catch up as soon as I could.
How long do you figure you'll be gone?
Oh, the trip shouldn't take more than a week.
I'm sort of glad you're going, Clate.
Huh?
I don't know what got into Paul the other day, but it'll most likely be best if the two of you don't meet up again too soon.
That was the darndest thing I ever heard of, saying I'd rustle his cattle.
Can't hardly blame him the way things look.
I wish I could figure out how them cows got in that coulee.
It's got me worried.
Oh, now, honey, there ain't nothing to worry about. Dan will soon enough admit he made a mistake. Oh, I don't know. There wouldn't be any of the boys riding back less than something was wrong.
Blast you, Clate.
Oh.
What blazes is wrong now?
Where are they?
Where's what?
You savvy blamed well what I mean. Where are the cows you stole off of me last night?
Have you gone plumb loco? You ought to drill the thieving coyote, Dan.
That's what I come to do. But I want to find them cows first.
How can you say he stole your cows, Paul?
I know it. Because I followed their trail to where Clayt had his herd bedded down last night.
You mean to say you found your cattle in my herd?
No, I didn't. That's why I'm here.
But, Paul, what?
We caught up with your herd, but they wasn't there. You must have figured that'd be the first place we'd look.
Of all the doggone crazy things I ever heard tell of. I always said you was no good, Clayt. Sure you did, Jake. And I'm just wondering if you ain't had a hand in this someplace.
Why, you needn't try to put the blame on somebody else, Clayt. We got you dead to rights.
But I never stole...
Why, you skunk.
I don't care if you are Amos, Paul. You can't talk to me that way.
I never was particular how I talked to rustlers.
Plug in, boss.
You stay out of this, Jake.
Are you going to tell me where you hid them cows? Or do I have to gun whip you?
I can't tell you what I don't know.
I got it, then I'll show you.
Oh, don't.
You wait.
What? It's an Indian.
You ain't wanted, Redskin. You hear me. What are you doing here, Tonto? Me show you something. Get out of here. Tonto show you cattle. Huh?
Don't listen to him, boss. He don't know what he's talking about.
You know where the stolen cows are?
You come. Tonto show you.
Maybe the Indian's local. But I aim to find out what he's got to show us before I'm accused of rustling.
How come you know so much about this, Tonto? You see. Plenty quick.
Come on, let's go. Boss, it's just a trick of some kind. Don't let the Redskin fool you.
If he's trying some trick, it'll be his last. Tonto not trick you. I wouldn't advise it.
My horse is just outside. We'll all ride together.
By darn right we will. And if it ain't proved that you had nothing to do with this plate, I'm dealing with you myself. All right, fellas, let's go.
Tonto first led the men to the place where Clayt's herd had been bedded down the night before. Then he pointed out that the tracks of the stolen cows circled the herd and continued onward, still further eastward. The men remounted and pressed forward, discovering at last that the tracks took them directly to Mel Nugent's tumble-down spread. As they drew near, coming to Melt's shack, Clayt shouted,
"Hey! There's Mel running away."
He run out of the house when he seen us coming.
He's heading for his horse.
Me get him. Get him up, paint horse. Don't let him get away, Tonto. Tonto, rope him. Get him up, paint horse. Get him up. We catch him. Come, paint horse. Come, get him up there. Get away from me, Redskin. Get away. Me rope you. Last year. Whoa, paint horse, whoa. You not get him away now. Take this rope off of me. You way to go. I'll get you for this. Tonto not afraid that. Hang on to him, Tonto. Me got him. Him not get away. Me hold him.
Hey, Dan, look. Your cattle's back there in Mel's corral.
That's them, all right.
It can't be, boss. It just can't be.
I ain't blind, am I, Jake?
Jake, you double-crossing, rotten polecat. You framed me for this.
I don't know nothing about it.
Well, I sent you to jail once for rustling my cows. But this time you're going to hang.
Wait. I never brung them cows here.
Yeah?
Jake and a masked fella brung them. Then when I come along, the masked fella roped and tied me. He waited till he seen you fellas riding up, then he took the ropes off and beat us.
You're loco.
I see it all now. The masked fella let it slip what your game was, Jake.
You blame fool, keep your mouth shut.
I'll talk plenty. You ain't gonna get away with this.
Why you... Hold on there, Jake. We'll hear Mel out.
What's this you're saying about Jake?
He framed me, that's what. He got me to help him steal them cows to put in Clayt's herd. Then him and the masked fella brung them on here so's I'd be jailed.
It ain't so.
The masked fella told me all about it. You ain't fooling me.
Jake helped you steal the cows?
He sure did. He stole them both times. He knew I was gunning for you, Dan. This way, he figured I'd be took care of.
It was you double-crossed me.
Huh?
You brung the cows here for yourself. All that talk about a masked fella ain't nothing but lies. Dan, it looks to me like they was both in on it.
That's what it does.
Last year, why couldn't keep your mouth shut?
Why should I take all the blame after the trick you played on me?
I'll fix
He's
you.
going for his gun.
Oh, my hand is smashed.
The masked fella just shot the gun from your hand.
Sheriff, what are you doing here?
I'm here because the Lone Ranger brought me.
The Lone Ranger?
But where? What?
There him and the engine go now.
What? Look at those. Oh.
What's he got to do with this?
Plenty. It was him followed Jake and Mel when they stole your cows the second time, Dan.
Yeah?
Then when these two skunks left the cows, he rode for me and the two of us brought them on here.
Then it wasn't Jake double-crossed me.
The masked fella just let you think that. I didn't believe him at first when he said Jake was in on it, but he told me if I did like he said, I'd hear enough to prove it.
And you sure did.
It just goes to show when crooks figure they're slick enough to get away with a stunt like this, they better make sure the Lone Ranger ain't nowheres around.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Milldale! Outlaws are in the district! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Dates and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Tomorrow, from the Windy City, NBC, the national broadcasting company, begins its coverage of the Republican National Convention. More than 300 experts in their fields will be on hand to bring you every important news event of the next week. Yes, tomorrow is the big day. NBC has been preparing for this convention coverage for almost a full year. With tons of valuable equipment at their disposal and years of news experience behind them, men like H.V. Kaltenborn, John Cameron Swayze, Richard Harkness, W.W. Chaplin, and hundreds of other nationally known newsmen will see to it that you at home will be able to attend the Republican Convention on NBC. You'll be closer to the activity than many of the people at Chicago's International Amphitheater, for NBC will take you to the convention floor, to smoke-filled rooms, and to news studios built especially for convention use. Yes, NBC, with more personnel than any other network, will be your best bet for convention coverage. You'll hear all the news first on this station. Now, the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called The Boomerang.
It is late afternoon on a Thursday in May, 1937. Several miles north of Catonsville, Texas, a car containing two middle-aged women pulls up in front of a shanty on a rundown farm.
He's here, all right. There's his horse and buggy. I'll ride back with him, Ruthie.
All right, Ethel.
Thanks for driving me over.
Don't mention it.
All right. Don't break it down. I'm coming. Oh, Mrs. Hadley. What do you want?
Is my father in there?
No, he ain't.
Don't lie to me. That's his buggy.
I said he ain't around. Now get out of here.
Don't tell me what to do, Sam White. I'm coming in and get my paw.
You take one step inside my place and I'll bust you in the teeth.
What? Why, when my Harry gets back from his sister's, we'll see who gets busted in the teeth.
Your husband ain't going to do nothing to me.
Oh, no?
No. Harry's just as tired of your nagging as your pa is.
Oh.
He only went to Oklahoma to get away from you for a couple of weeks.
That ain't so. Now you tell my pa to come out of there.
Why don't you get on your broom and fly off my property?
You're just asking for trouble, Sam, and you're gonna get it. Pa!
Got you, Ethel.
Are you out back?
Yes. What do you want?
I'm taking him home, and he ain't never coming here again.
Why don't you ask him if he wants to go?
He don't belong around no filthy, sloppy pig like you.
The way I live's none of your nosy business. Hey, Roscoe, the warden's come to take you back.
What's the matter this time, Ethel?
How many times have I told you not to come over here? And what are you doing with your feet in that tub of dirty water?
It's for my rheumatism. It's got sassafras roots and kale in it.
Something Sam fixed up for you, I suppose.
I'd like to fix up a pine box for you.
Shut your mouth, you. Hey, ain't that Pa's watch chain you're wearing?
Well, what of it? He gave it to me.
Pa, why did you give him that gold chain?
Well, he liked it.
I never heard of such a thing. Sam, you hand over that chain right now.
You just try and make me, woman.
My mother give that to Pa.
And he gave it to me, so I'm keeping it.
Let's cut the arguing, Ethel. I give Sam a present and he's going to keep it. I want him to have it.
You're always giving him something. Suppose you give him that box of canned goods out by the back door, too.
I just loaned Sam the money for that until his pension check comes through. We bought the stuff because he invited me for supper.
What for? So he could get some more of your money?
It's your pa's money, not yours. If he helps me out once in a while, it's his business.
Well, it's my business, too. Come on, Pa, get your feet out of that tub.
Are you going to let your daughter push you around like that?
There ain't no use in arguing with her. She always gets away.
If she was mine, I'd put her over my knee and whale the living daylights out of her, like she was a spoiled kid.
Come on, Pa. You can put your shoes on in the buggy.
Oh, all right, Ethel.
Sure, go on, both of you. Darn crazy woman. Look at you, letting her lead you around by the nose. Go on home, don't come back.
Oh, you don't mean that, Sam.
Darn right I do. Get off my property or I'll throw you off.
See? I told you he was only after your money. Go on, get up in the buggy, Pa.
I don't believe it. Why, Sam ain't that way.
Sure I am. She told you so.
You see? You're not giving him nor anybody else no more money.
I won't give him no more, Ethel.
I know you won't. Shouldn't keep all that money around the house anyhow. First thing tomorrow morning, you're going to get in this buggy and take every penny of it to the bank.
Yeah, you better do it, too, or she'll send you to bed without your supper.
Old fool. Get up, Rusty. Get up.
At 3:30 the following afternoon, Mrs. Hadley went to the office of Sheriff Nielsen and reported that her father, Roscoe Crider, was missing. After a preliminary check, the sheriff requested aid from the Texas Rangers. 45 minutes later, Ranger Jace Pearson was at the sheriff's office.
You'll find him, won't you, Ranger?
We'll do our best, Mrs. Hadley. When was the last time you saw your father?
About 9:30 this morning, when he took off in the buggy.
With the $1,400?
Yes, sir. Was in a tin box.
He never got to the bank, Jace, and we can pretty well rule out the possibility of an accident. He's not at the hospital, and no doctor around here has seen him. Oh, excuse me.
I know something terrible's happened to him. And it's all my fault. I made him go.
I'll be right back, Jace. I'm going to take this call in the other office.
Okay, Sheriff. Was your father feeling all right when he left for the bank, Mrs. Hadley?
He wasn't ailing, if that's what you mean. But he was in pretty low spirits because I kept after him till he took off in the buggy. I was only doing it for his own good.
Did he ever stay away this long before?
Sometimes he'd sneak off with that awful man named Sam White. But I stopped off there, and Sam claims he ain't seen him all day.
You think he might be lying?
He sure could be, Ranger. He's a nasty old man.
Can I see you over here?
Sure. Excuse me, ma'am. What is it, Sheriff?
That phone call. One of our boys in a plane thinks he spotted Crider's horse and buggy.
Where?
On the edge of Bourne's Lake. But there was nobody near it.
Have a deputy take Mrs. Hadley home. We'll go out there. We drove out to the lake. The horse was grazing about 50 feet from the unhitched buggy.
Well, don't see him anywhere.
There's nothing in the buggy.
You can see where he walked around unhitching the horse.
And I would look over there, Sheriff.
Where?
Down toward the edge of the water.
A lot of footprints.
Yeah.
He must have gone up to his ankles in mud.
Looks like someone shoved a rowboat off here into the water.
Reckon he went rowing?
It doesn't make much sense that Roscoe Crider would take his money down here and go rowing.
It sure doesn't. Can you see any boats on the lake?
No, not from here. Let's get up on that rise.
We ought to be able to spot it from there. The lake's only half-mile across at most.
Yeah, this should be high enough.
And there isn't a single boat out there.
Now, wait a minute. There's one over there in that inlet. Nobody in it, though. Let's take a look. Might be the one Kreider used.
Fine place to leave a boat.
Yeah. Looks like it just drifted into these reeds.
The oars are pulled in.
The boat he took, all right. That mud on the floor is still wet.
Well, the boat's in the water, so it's a pretty good chance he didn't go on shore.
Wait a minute, Sheriff.
What's the matter, Jace?
That straw hat over there floating by the reeds. Come on.
Doesn't look like it's been in the water very long.
Look at the initials in this hatband. R.C.
Roscoe Kreider. He must have committed suicide.
Guess so. We better drag the lake. We told Mrs. Hadley the news. She broke down and bitterly blamed herself for her father's death. She felt she'd driven him to it by being too hard on him. I called headquarters for aid, and at dawn the following morning, a crew started dragging the lake. The sheriff and I circled the shore on horseback to see if the body had been washed up.
Still worried about not finding the money?
Don't you think it's kind of funny?
Well, not exactly. Look, Jace, no man in his right mind commits suicide in the first place.
Well, that's right.
As I see it, Roscoe Kreider was all riled up because his daughter was running his life to her liking. If he was mad enough to kill himself, I think he'd be sore enough to take his money to the bottom with him.
Maybe so. I can't see why he wanted to destroy $1,400. After all, Mrs. Hadley wasn't after his money. She was only trying to help him in her own way.
I'm almost willing to bet we'll find that money on the end of a grappling hook.
We'll see. Whoa, Charlie.
Hold it, boy. See anything, Jace?
No. Just like to check under that pier. It's a good place for a body to get wedged in.
Well, you better be careful. This old pier is rotten clean through. Not safe to use anymore.
Uh-huh.
Couple boards missing. You can see straight down to the piling.
Yeah. Let me take a look.
See anything, Jace?
No. It's all clear down here. Let's go out to the end. Sheriff, have any of the dragging crew been on this pier?
No, I told them to keep off. Why?
There's fresh mud tracks on this planking.
Well, I know none of the boys were out here.
Looks like these tracks were made by someone who got out of a boat.
You mean maybe Roscoe Kreider didn't commit suicide?
I don't know. We didn't find any suicide note. Besides, what proof do we have that Roscoe Kreider wasn't robbed and killed?
You think these tracks belong to somebody who killed Roscoe?
It's sure possible. Killer could have tried to make it look like suicide by rowing Kreider's body out the middle of the lake and pushing it overboard, then landing here at the end of the pier.
Yeah, that'd sure explain these muddy tracks.
Yeah. Another thing. The wind's been blowing from the southeast for the last couple of days. The boat would float right toward that inlet. That's just where we found it.
Maybe you're right, Jace. Maybe it was murder.
When we find the body, we'll know for sure.
So, now we start looking for a murderer, huh?
Uh-huh. And a clever one. Somebody who knew Roscoe Kreider was carrying a lot of money.
Only two people knew that, Mrs. Hadley and Sam White.
That's just what I've been thinking. Let's go pick him up.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
At this moment, throughout the country, millions of motorists are beginning to wend their way home along crowded highways from a long Independence Day weekend. It is at times such as these when accidents happen more frequently, when death and driving draw closer together. You can help to decrease the accident and death rate on our nation's highways. Excessive speed for driving conditions is a major cause of many motor accidents. Control your speed at all times to keep within the safe speed, not just the legal limit. America's professional truck drivers are taught to drive ahead of themselves and to avoid accidents by seeing them threaten before they can happen. They know that careful driving keeps them from having accidents which may take lives. Speed is the #1 killer on the highways. So drive carefully today on your way home from an enjoyable weekend, and tomorrow wherever you go in your car. Exercise caution, courtesy, and the golden rule, for the life you save may be your own. Now, Act 2 of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, The Boomerang.
We left the crew at the lake and drove to Sam White's dilapidated farmhouse. Outside, we saw an elderly woman trying to lead a mule up a ramp into the back of a truck.
You ornery critter.
Wonder
Get
who
up
that
there.
woman is. Sam isn't married.
Probably a neighbor.
Howdy, boys.
Howdy, man.
Howdy. How come Sam isn't out here helping you with this mule?
No, he moved. Come on now, get up here. This here mule's as stubborn as Sam White.
When'd he move?
Last night, bought all his stock, but this ornery mule of his won't pay me no mind. Get on up there. I'm gonna have to take a whip to him sure as I'm born.
Know where Sam went?
I got no idea at all. When he come by last night, he had all his stuff piled on the trailer, hooked on back, the old wreck he drives.
Believe I know you, do I, ma'am?
Sure you do, Sheriff. I'm Red Russell's sister, live over near the South Wash.
Oh, of course. I didn't recognize you with your hair, Bob. Did Sam say where he was going?
Nope, just said, doggone you, mule, now get on up, not down. Come on now, come on. That's it, boy. Land sakes, that was. Would you mind just shoving that ramp and closing the tailgate?
Sure, ma'am.
Thanks. Now, what was I telling you?
About last night.
Oh, yeah. Well, Sam said it was an emergency. Had to go away, didn't say why. So he sold me the whole shooting match. Already got the hogs and a couple of Angora goats and some chickens. He didn't even know for sure how many of them he had. And then this here mule.
Did he act like he needed money?
No, sir, I wouldn't say that. He was satisfied with $42 I give him for the whole batch of stock. Them goats and hogs are worth more than that by themselves.
Seems like he wanted to sell out at any price.
Are you sure he didn't say anything that would tell where he was heading?
Nope, not a single word. I signed over the milk check the dairy give me, and he drove off.
Check?
Yep. Something wrong?
What company issued that check, ma'am?
Criterion Dairy.
Thanks, ma'am. Come on, Sheriff.
Where are we heading, Jace?
Criterion Dairy. When that check comes back, we want to know where it was cashed. We went to the dairy company. They arranged with their bank to notify us when the canceled check came back. Meanwhile, we continued our search for Roscoe Kreider's body without success. A week later, the check came through. It had been cashed 300 miles away in Tucker, Texas, by a real estate broker named John Cooney. We went there.
Well, that's it, Jace. There's your sign, John Cooney.
Maybe Sam White bought some property. Here, I'll get it.
Thanks.
Morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
You, Mr. Cooney?
Yes, sir, I am.
You remember cashing this check?
Let's see now. Oh, sure. I took it as a rental payment a few days ago.
From a man named Sam White?
That's right. Rented him a little place out on York Road. He gave me the check for part of the rent. Is something wrong with the check?
No, it's okay. How do we get to Mr. White's place?
Well, it's about 3 miles out on York Road. But if you want to see him, he's probably in town.
What makes you think so?
Well, when he rented the farm, he asked me where he could pick up some stock. I told him to go down to the auction yard today. They have sales every Monday, you know. I'm sure he'll be down there.
That's about it, Jace.
Yeah. Let's get over to that auction. The auction was held out in the open. We moved around the edge of the crowd trying to spot Sam White.
You know, we're sure going to have a time finding him among all these people.
I just hope he doesn't see us first and sneak out. Why don't we mix with the crowd and wander through it, Sheriff?
Okay. Could we get through here, please? Sam's a big man, Jace. Easy to... Hey, Jace, I think I see him.
Where?
Right up front, wearing that checkered shirt.
Uh-huh. Come on. Excuse me, please.
Pardon me.
Let us through, please.
He sees us, Jace. Look, there he goes.
Keep an eye on him, Sheriff.
Would you let me through here, please?
Please.
Please. Mister, can I... Thank you.
He's running past that pen full of hogs.
Sam! Hold it!
He's making for the parking lot.
Sam! Sam White!
Hold it, White. You're not going anywhere, so just stand still.
Well, what do you want of me, Ranger? I ain't done nothing unlawful.
And then why are you running away?
I wasn't running from you. Fact is, I didn't see you. I forgot I had to meet a fella. I was in a rush to get there. You ain't going to hold me back, are you?
You're darn right we're going to hold you. You've got a lot of answering to do.
About what? I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Why did you leave Catonsville in such a hurry?
Well, there's no crime in moving. It's a free country, Ranger.
How come you picked the day Roscoe Kreider disappeared?
Well, when I heard poor Roscoe drowned himself, I didn't feel like staying around no more.
You sure you didn't leave because you murdered him?
Ranger, you ain't serious, are you? Me kill Roscoe? Why, we is closer than most kinfolk.
He had $1,400 on him the day he disappeared. Outside of his daughter, you were the only one who knew that.
Well, that don't make me no more a murderer than a blue-nosed mule.
Where'd you get enough money to be stocking another farm?
Sold all my livestock before coming here. I can prove it.
You don't have to. We know you only got $42 for it.
How about it, Sam? You want to tell us the truth?
You're digging a dry well, Sheriff. I wouldn't rob or kill Roscoe, rest his soul, no more than I can fly like a bird.
Sam, if we find that money in your house, you're in for a lot of trouble. You know that, don't
Now, you stay away from our house. There ain't nothing in it to interest you at all.
Quit stalling, Sam. We think you murdered Kreider and took his money.
You're going to have to prove it.
Maybe we will. Sheriff, let's lock him up. We turned Sam White over to the local constable. Then we got a search warrant from the magistrate and went out to the farm White had rented.
Look at it, Jace. Hardly any difference between this shack and his last one.
Yeah, I reckon he was going to use that money for other things. Door's locked. Let's try that window.
It's open a couple inches.
Good. Yeah, I'll go in first. You don't have to climb through. I'll open the door, Sheriff.
Okay, Jace.
He doesn't have much furniture in here. Shouldn't take us long to go through his stuff.
Not many places in here to hide it.
Let's try this closet. Some packages up on the shelf.
A lot of old shoe boxes.
Yeah, here's a tin box. The cover's really jammed on tight. Well, there it is. Neat little stack of bills.
I reckon this cinches the case.
It sure does. Let's show this to Sam White. See what he has to say. Come on. Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff.
What is it?
You hear that noise?
Sounded like it came from that back room.
Careful, Sheriff.
What? Roscoe.
What are you doing here, Mr. Kreider?
Please don't take me away. I don't want to go back home.
Are you all right?
Ethel sent you to bring me back, didn't she? Please tell her you couldn't find me.
Nobody sent us, Mr. Kreider. We thought you were dead.
Well, that's what I wanted you to think. Ain't there some way you can forget you seen me?
How about telling us what this is all about?
You promise I can stay here?
You're an adult. You got a right to do anything you want.
Yeah, my daughter don't think so. Everything I done was wrong. I couldn't smoke in the house. I had to eat only what she liked. I had to go to bed when she had company. Treated me just like a kid.
Well, you had money. Why didn't you move out?
I did. I moved in with Sam once. Ethel come after me and made me go back home. I mean, she took me by the arm and she dragged me. She said my place was with her.
You didn't have to pretend you were dead. There must have been some other way.
Oh, I don't know, Ranger. Ethel would never give up on me unless I was dead. I ain't never going back.
Did Sam talk you into that fake suicide?
Yeah.
You sure he didn't do it just to get more of your money?
Oh, no, Ranger. Why, Sam always pays back what he owes me. And the only money I spend now is for my own keep.
I see. Mr. Kreider, you know your daughter has to be told you're alive.
No, it'd just be the same thing all over again. Nagging me and bawling me out. Please don't tell her.
We have to, Roscoe. She filed a missing persons report. She has to know you're alive.
Well, you have to tell her where I am?
That part's up to you.
Well, then I don't want her to know.
She's been miserable blaming herself for your suicide.
She don't care.
She does, Mr. Kreider. She does care. She thought she was doing the right thing for you. She knows now she was wrong.
Yeah, not Ethel. She'd never own up to being wrong about anything.
If you could see her now, you'd know how sorry she is for the way she treated you.
I wish I could believe that. It'd make me feel a lot happier.
Will you give us a chance to prove it?
Well, maybe. But how?
You leave that up to us.
You can come into the office now, Miss Hadley.
Thank you. Hello, Ranger.
Hello, Mrs. Hadley. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. The sheriff said you had something to tell me.
Yes, ma'am. We've got some news for you. Your father's alive.
Alive. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Is he all right?
He's fine, Mrs. Hadley.
Tell me, where is he?
That's something we can't tell you.
You mean you don't know?
We know.
Then I don't understand. Why can't you tell me?
Because he asked us not to.
Oh, he hates me. He hates me that much.
No, ma'am, he doesn't hate you.
He must. If he didn't, he'd want to see me.
Maybe he does want to see you, but he's afraid you'd make him come back and live with you.
No, I wouldn't.
Mrs. Hadley, your father likes his freedom.
I know that now. But I love him so. I thought everything I did was for his own good. I was wrong.
Well, we all make mistakes.
He'll never forgive me. Now I'll never be able to see him again. Oh, Paul.
Excuse me a minute, Mrs. Hadley. Did you hear what she said, Mr. Kreider?
Yes, I heard.
You believe us now?
I believe you, Ranger. I want to see her.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Tomorrow, the Republican convention begins in Chicago. Gathered in this convention city are more than 300 employees of NBC, all completing last-minute details, so that tomorrow morning you will hear the best convention coverage. Yes, as in every election year since 1928, NBC will be the leader in convention news coverage in 1952. Top news reporters, men like H.V. Kaltenborn, John Cameron Swayze, Morgan Beatty, W.W. Chaplin, and a dozen more will be on a round-the-clock basis to bring you all the convention news when and as it happens. Through the facilities of the National Broadcasting Company, you will travel throughout Chicago to hotel headquarters, special meeting places, the convention hall itself, and to NBC's special studios built just for giving you top convention coverage. No other network offers you a better way to attend the Republican convention. Hear every exciting moment on this station of the NBC Radio Network. Now, the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Mrs. Hadley kept her word. Her father continued living quietly with Sam White on their rented farm. Until his death 7 years later, Roscoe Kreider made periodic visits to his daughter in Catonsville.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Folks, today is a red-letter day for Tales of the Texas Rangers. It marks our second anniversary on the radio. And as we go into the beginning of the third year, we want to tell you listeners how much we've appreciated your letters and wonderful comments. Most of you know that it takes a lot of work to put on a show of this type. From the gathering of the research material to the sign-off of the actual broadcast, there are dozens of people who help to put over Tales of the Texas Rangers. To the Ranger Force, and to all our wonderful friends at the Department of Public Safety, to Captain Gonzalez, to the staff at NBC, and to the local stations that make up this great network, we say thanks ever so much. And to you, the listeners, our grateful appreciation. We hope we'll be with you for a long time to come. We hope you feel that way, too. Good night, folks, and thanks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Elizabeth Slifer, Ralph Moody, Howard McNair, Parley Bear, and D.J. Thompson. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Bernard Ederer, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Wednesdays, hear The Best of Groucho on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.